He would do it immediately that he could, right? He wouldn't wait and let people defame him, right?
Blade
So the idea that like he didn't give up his DNA to me incriminates him. That's one of the best indicating factors as to why. Not only that, but also the fact that he lied on multiple occasions. Like, why is he lying?
What that means? Yeah, let's stay focused.
I can prove. I can tell you which lies.
So guys,
he said
I get that you're asking. So do you have to have a business, guys? The number one way to get rich in America is by having a business.
But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife.
Are y'all getting it?
Indicating that they're both his type, but both not his type. So he would have sexually abused her either way.
Or you invest into crypto.
And also, that's a sick thing to say,
right? So that's why I said learn a skill. So your skill might be you want to learn how to trade crypto.
I just don't understand why he would be in jail. Like if you said all that,
we're not talking about that today.
It just seems obvious to me.
Different discussion,
well,
but
I mean,
marketing, branding,
it is true.
Building
and
a
you shouldn't use that as a reason to not believe it's true.
A brand that is so sought after that people are chasing you down to take their credit cards and swipe it.
You know, a lot of people do use that.
So the reason that this is important because it doesn't matter if you're selling T-shirts, it doesn't matter if you're selling digital products, ebooks,
which is like
and like I think a lot differently about women since I have a daughter now. There's no way. I mean, like. That's crazy. If he didn't give up his DNA, like that's almost an admission, I think. He actually didn't give up his DNA?
Yeah, he didn't give it up. He chose not to give it up within the time slot allotted. He did so. He tried to like give it up right after the time slot allotted, knowing it wouldn't get accepted, to be able to extend the court processes to make them take longer. That's what the judge indicated.
All right, and then what about like all the other court cases? Those all got dropped.
No, he was convicted of 34 felonies and sentenced. He's a convicted felon.
Which one was that? The 34
felonies?
Yeah.
Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class E felony in the state of New York because it was involved with a predicate crime, an underlying crime. So like he was committing another crime in furtherance of the original.
But then they dropped all that stuff about like him having evidence in his house and the stuff in Georgia.
No, you mean the documents case? That was dropped by a Trump-appointed judge, and I mean that in of itself, I think that was like a case against him that I think is legitimate. But I mean, even throwing that away, that's fine. Like I don't know how that gets rid of the effect of all the other cases.
It just seems like it all just came together all at once. I mean,
what do you mean?
I think that's a big reason that a lot of people didn't or voted for him.
What do you mean it all? Because you mean that he was held accountable?
Yeah, I mean, like everyone, like they were just trying to use law against him. The lawfare, you know. They were just trying to take him down for whatever reason.
Yeah, how is this lawfare? You're just saying it's lawfare without actually giving any evidence or reason.
I don't know. It just seems a little sus, but at the same time, I think that it's a little sus he didn't give up his DNA either, though.
I think there's a lot more things that would indicate that he's guilty, right? And I've shown you a lot of those things. I mean, we can keep going even further. I mean, why was he closest friends with Epstein? Right, for like 15 years.
Yeah, I still don't want that to come out.
Yeah, why did he say that the 90s was a different time and that people just don't understand what it was like in the 90s?
The 90s were a different time, but that still doesn't excuse sexual abuse.
Yeah, why would he say things like that?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think this was like the last thing that I needed to know, like the difference between the criminal and the civil. But I think you and Dean got me, man. Like, I think I'm turning a corner. I don't think this guy, he said that he wasn't doing like the Project 2025 and like there's like a counter on there, like, man,
he wasn't going to do Project 2025. Then they fulfilled most of Project 2025. He put people that literally co-authored Project 2025 a part of his administration, including his vice president, along with the fact that they literally have admitted to involving themselves with Project 2025. So they completely lied to everyone and saying that they weren't affiliated with Project 2025, and they got away with it. Do you see how they're able to just like lie shamelessly and get away with it. It wasn't just that. It was him saying that he was going to reduce the gas prices and the grocery prices. Those were literally lies while he was advocating for policies to increase prices in America, right? Through the context of tariff policy, which every economist was indicating puts upward pressure on prices.
Oh, yeah. The tariffs, too.
Are placed upon profit mechanisms. Or basically the profits that you get from things, like income.
So let me ask you this. Like, for instance, let's just say if China puts tariffs onto us, are we paying that tariff or the Chinese people paying that tariff?
The Chinese people will be paying that tariff. Not only the businesses importing our products, but also their consumers. So businesses will be impacted that rely on exports. So like American farmers that rely upon exporting their agricultural goods to China, right, as a huge aspect of their demand, right? That is all going to be significantly reduced because of the fact that they have been imposing tariffs on us in retaliation to us imposing more tariffs on them.
So, So they would put tariffs on us and we would retaliate against them even though their citizens were paying the tariffs that they put on us?
No, so essentially the argument was that like we place tariffs on them and then they will place tariffs on us in retaliation to try to bring us down. So they'll try to bring us down to the same level that we were prior, right? Because we're doing like a trade war, right? Essentially, is that tariffs impose trade wars where both countries then have like an incentive to essentially target different types of trade barriers against each other to sort of like harm each other's economy so that they can bring them to the table to negotiate. So it just creates bad relations for negotiation, like especially with our allies. I mean, we don't need to be doing that with our allies, especially. Here's the Future Encounter. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, I mean, if I'm picking up what you're laying down, it sounds like when we put a tariff on Canada, then we're paying that tariff that we're putting onto them.
Yep.
So why would a tariff even be good in the first place? Like, how come you say like the ones that Biden kept from Trump are good compared to what Trump's doing?
Yeah, so I actually, like, to some degree disagree with some of them that they kept under the Biden administration, but I can acknowledge the distinction between targeted tariffs applied on specific industries to build up specific, specialized manufacturing in the United States, comparative to the types of universalized tariffs that Trump's advocating for. Universalized tariffs that Trump's advocating for are significantly more harmful to the economy, especially on an overall basis. And the policy that Biden engaged in significantly increased manufacturing investment, accounting for inflation in this country, whereas under Trump, it's declined.
So targeted tariffs. So what do you mean by that? Like you mean like a specific product?
A specific product or specific industry.
Compared to Trump, he just did everything coming over from China or whatever.
Yep. And it's not just China, it's countries all around the world, too.
But they're not strategic.
Not very much. Like he claims targeted. It's like some people claim that they're like retaliatory, but they're really not. Like if they were retaliatory, you would put it up to the exact same type of extent. Reciprocal, I meant. If they were reciprocal, it'd be up to the same extent that they put it on us. So it'd be on the specific industries they put it on us, and then we would go to the table and be like, let's talk about this. It wouldn't be across the entire economy.
So so the reason I bring up tariffs is because I do Instacart on the side, and I grocery shop for people every single day. And I know grocery prices are not down, and I live in South Carolina.
Yeah,
and so that's why I'm like, man, none of the stuff that he was saying in the campaign is what he's doing. Like that's what I'm just coming to the conclusion of. Like, at first it was just like, they're just picking on Trump just because he's like a celebrity or a rich guy or something. But it kind of seems like he's just trying to. It's almost like he uses money to like pay his way out of being held liable and shit.
Yep. Like that was using his power to avoid accountability. And that's why people assume that because it is the case that he hasn't been held accountable, that somehow he's not guilty. And then people fall into that sort of ideology. And then all they hear is that we're just arguing against them and we're just going to be against them in any set of circumstances. And that's not true. We can acknowledge things that are bad and things that are good. Like for example, I've acknowledged yesterday on live how Donald Trump specifically has now realized that he needs to defend Ukraine, right? He's actually realized that we can defend Ukraine against Russia and we can get back all the land that Russia got specifically up to. And we just need to hold out with NATO and we'll be able to do that in terms of funding Ukraine and backing Ukraine. And that's exactly what he put out on True Social. And that's something that we'll acknowledge. Like, we agree with him on that point. He's changed his mind. That's good. But at the same time, we can acknowledge everything bad that Donald Trump has done, all of the horrible, atrocious things that he's done, while also acknowledging, right, if there would be anything that he would do that would be in accordance with what we'd agree with.
Man, it's just like, man, our country was so expensive under Biden. And so I was just like, we got to do something new. But it's just like what I'm coming to the conclusion of is like, he's not doing anything that he said at his rallies. He's not doing any of it. It seems like he's actually just doing Project 2025, which he said he wasn't going to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm kind of mad, man.
Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before we go on to the next person?
Nah, man. Thanks for explaining that to me. Thank you. I think you guys got me though, man.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming up.
All right. Later.
That was great. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Listed on the screen. Sophia, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sophia. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Sophia in the comment section. Thank you. Cody, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Cody. Jamie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jamie. Thank you. W's for Jamie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Kathy, thank you for the 10 membership subscriptions on YouTube. Thank you so much. As well as Mary, thank you for joining as a member. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sador, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much. Naya, thank you for the membership subscription. Kayla, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I actually didn't. I will have to see that. As well as Edward, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Edward. Thank you so much, Edward. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. And Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. And then Dioji, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. And to say thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Hannah with the $5. Thank you. Mark with the $20. Thank you so much, Mark. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's incredibly kind of you. Yes, they are. They honestly are so important. That was amazing first conversation to have. Emma, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Emma. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my gosh, I love you so much. Oh my gosh.
Thank you. I appreciate it. W's for them in the comment section. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Oh, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Oh, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Lee, thank you so much for the member subscription. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 18.
How old are you? What's your birth year?
I didn't understand, sorry. I was born on the 10th of August 2007.
I don't know. I do think that they were younger. Maybe I'm wrong. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
You said 27? Are you driving?
Yeah, but I'm not American. I'm Mexican. Does that disqualify me?
I am just looking for people who specifically vote in the United States, but I appreciate it. Are you driving, by the way, though?
Yeah, I am. Well, I like listening to you, man.
Just making sure. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Keep listening. That's great. W's. I appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Ben, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Ben. Yo, that's great. Thank you so much. W's for Ben in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do. I actually had something specific that I
think your mic is a little bit muffled, by the way, just letting you know. And also, what's your birth year?
Hold on, let me see if I can fix the mic. It's doing like a... Is it still muffled?
It's still muffled, yeah.
Okay, hold on. In 19... If we can't fix the mic, then I'll just get off. I don't want to sound muffled.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. Is it still muffled even after I had to clean it?
Yeah, do you have like AirPods or Bluetooth connected?
No, Damn, that sucks. I'll just try to connect my AirPods.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm going to go to the next person. I do apologize. It could be a phone case too. I don't know. Yeah, it just was really, really hard to hear you. I do apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
At the moment, I really enjoy the way he tested the checks and balances in the system.
Are you an accelerationist?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure what the definition of that is.
Like, are you ideologically left?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. So you want him to check the balance, you want him to destroy the checks and balances of our system? Or you want them to check
Not
that?
destroy, but stress test.
Why?
I see it as importance to make sure every single system is working the way it should be, especially if it isn't, then we'll see the outcome of it.
So you want him to like undermine the Constitution and put us into a constitutional crisis?
No, he is. I want him to or expose any holes in our system because I want our system to work correctly.
Okay, so if there was any holes in the system that could be exposed by anyone else, it doesn't have to be by the president actively undermining the situation. Wouldn't you want them just to like fix it rather than just like cause it?
Well, if you don't see the issue, then there's no way of fixing it.
Well, you're acting like we couldn't see the issues if the Democrats were in office.
Well, like I said, if there is no issue, how do you fix an issue if there's no issue?
What? What do you mean fix the issue if there's no... There still would be issues. What?
Not necessarily if there's no problems with the system.
So you admit that Trump's the one causing the problems?
Yes. Realistically, yes. He is...
and you want that?
He's a very powerful man, and he could throw his weight quite well.
Why would you want that?
It's... Initially, I voted for him for something different, something not... just pushing everybody's ideals into the office. I wanted something outside of the norms to see if any of something.
It being outside of the norms doesn't mean it's positive.
Not necessarily. So that's why, to show that sometimes like these decisions aren't always good.
So it seems like you are ideologically to the left, and you are trying to accelerate the collapse of the system, right? So far, insofar as that you think that there's going to be some left wing, right, just random, movement that's going to come up out of nowhere and somehow take a hold of the system.
Not necessarily. It's more for visually seeing what can happen.
So your goal is to harm America. That's the issue. That's your goal.
No. It's not to harm America in any way. It is to throw new ideals, new ways of handling certain issues. I mean,
so
not all ideas.
Could you give me like an example of a policy that you like?
Currently, I do enjoy the Big Beautiful Bill. I mean, there is a lot of stuff I think in there that was necessary. And then a lot of the reductions upon the government.
So you want to cut like 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month, 2.5 million people off their food stamps on average every month, and over 10 million people off their health insurance, while adding $4 trillion to the debt?
From what I understand, that was just added money from the COVID fund on the Biden administration.
Nope, this is the Big Beautiful Bill.
Well, no. The reduction is from the Biden. It's going
from Biden's administration had specifically this level of access to free school lunch and breakfast for children, and Donald Trump is gutting it.
Yes, because it's not necessary since it's an emergency.
It's not necessary to feed children. It wasn't just emergency.
They're reducing it to the point that it was before the epidemic.
Wait, and even then,
from what I understand.
And can you give me any source for that? It's not the same it was prior. At what point? Like, you mean like 40? Like, I don't know how many years would you go back? Because at some point you could say like that there was less technically, given that the system was created. Bradley, think of the $2. I'm not saying accelerationism is only on the left. That's not my argument. My argument was that his rhetoric sounded like he was trying to do it to cause the. Typically, when people are saying that right-wing candidates are going to destroy the system and it will lead to some sort of better outcome, they're typically arguing from the left. So I'm just going based on what people are typically arguing, not what I think it is in every circumstance. I definitely don't think that accelerationism is only on the. There are plenty of alt-right accelerationists. Why are you going to say, "Oh, you're better than that, bro"? That's not what I said, bro. That's so dishonest to say that. That's so dishonest to say that. Oh, you're better than that, bro. What are you talking about, dude? I never once said it was only on the left. And by the way, I can't hear you. You're out of the app, just letting you know.
Oh, there it goes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm trying to see like the middle ground of everything on a part of this. Like, yeah, I understand he's going extreme to the right and then there's extreme to the left, but yeah, I do want to see what is the better outcomes for somebody that could see towards the middle. It's the progressing, not to both sides, but something that is beneficial to everyone.
Yeah, but like, I need to know what you think that is. Like, what you think we're going to be more likely to go towards because he's harming the system. What you like about his policies. You said you like the Big Beautiful Bill, but then you couldn't really mention what parts of the Big Beautiful Bill you really liked.
Like I said, because a part of the Big Beautiful Bill, there was a portion that said that he reduced amounts. So he might have over-reduced amounts. Then there's a big backlash because of that. And there is no explanation to each one of the things that were reduced. I mean, I don't agree with that 100%.
Okay, yeah. Say that you don't agree with 100%. What aspects do you agree with, though?
I mean, like, yeah, I do agree that the tax or the amounts need to be reduced. Certain things need to be changed, but there is extremes to the change, and it was maybe overcorrected. And I would like to see it to be like reduced back to what it needs to be. I mean, it's always a thing to they have a lot of power to move around percentages quite far further or amounts further than they need to, but then when the impact happens and it shows too much or too much happens because of it and it's not necessary, yeah, I agree with there needs to be tweaks to the bill afterwards.
So what aspects of the bill do you like? I can't hear you while you swipe out of the app, just letting you know.
Man, that is finicky. I don't have the bill exactly memorized for sure. I mean, so
Maybe
from
like
what I understand,
the general idea of like the aspect of the bill.
yeah, I think the general idea was something good. It just maybe overshot what it needed to be, personally. I mean, there is good things about it, but in the end, I think it caused, like I said, the reductions in all the departments through Doge. I mean, I think that's
outside of the big beautiful bill. Elon said the big beautiful bill was pork filled. So if you consider his cuts, right, to be relevant, you understand that it eviscerated every single cut that he even got through Doge that was even itemized. Elon disagreed with the big beautiful bill, you know that, right?
I did see that. Like I said, they're overshooting a lot of issues in there. I mean, it is a good concept, but there's a lot of issues with it. Like the general idea of the big beautiful bill was a good thing to try out to see if it would work or not.
No, I don't think it was a good idea to try out. Because I think we could tell that, giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires and cutting people off of their, things that they need, or in terms of social services, is bad. It literally decreases taxes on rich people and decreases after tax income, meaning increasing the tax burden on people in the bottom 20% of income earners. For the bottom 10% by $1,200 a year. And he just left, by the way, so... Xavier, thank you so much for the $2. It's just literally a shirt my girlfriend got me. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Renee, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I get you. That's amazing. That's so amazing. I'm so great that he started watching this content. That's amazing. Yo, W to him. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Michelle, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Pamela, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Pamela in the comment section right now? Oh, that's the wrong button. I didn't mean to click that one. Thank you so much, Pamela. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Pamela in the comment section right now. Thank you. Long I'm going to stay on. I mean, Dean said he was going to hop on a little bit earlier today. I don't know what earlier means. I asked him what time and he hasn't responded yet, but we'll see. Jessica, thank you for the membership subscription. Native, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Maybe at some point. I'm definitely leaning against it though, because I definitely want to think about my safety. I think I would do so like without saying where I'm going to go. Like, I think that's something I've definitely been thinking about. Ben, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Lee, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Titus or Bina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bina. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Bina in the comment section right now. BINA. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? That is so nice of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. That is so nice of you. So nice of you. Bradley, thank you for the $20. No, I think I was a little bit harsh. Too. I apologize. I do apologize. Don't worry. I think sometimes I take things a bit harshly sometimes. I mean, I get my points, but you know, I think back on it, and I'm definitely like, you know, I'm a little bit too harsh sometimes. So I definitely thought back on that. So, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I did not mean to.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. Naya, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Maybe at some point. I mean, especially if I had like specific guests, like, I definitely like talking about religion and stuff, but like, you know, like when these lives are typically like, you know, politics and stuff, you know, like I do typically, not want to bring it up all the time, but like specific guests or like specific people, like, especially on other platforms, I would definitely love to. Like, I would love to go on someone else's podcast and talk to them about like their religious beliefs or something. Monique, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Kate, thank you so much for the heart signal. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Monique, again, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $3. Thank you. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Literally though, I don't know. I don't know why people don't get that. I think that like free school lunch and breakfast is so important, and I really feel like I wish that was highlighted more, like you know, in the media. I feel like they barely talked about it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
1996.
For sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why would you support Donald Trump?
Because I was a little worried about the Ukraine situation and how aggressive the left side was.
Okay. In what way?
It just seemed like their rhetoric was more like they were prepared to go to war, basically, which I was...
Really? I mean, I don't think either side was saying that they were going to go to war. What do you mean that, like, we are going to fund Ukraine, like we have been, but, like, I'm confused how that meant, like, the U.S. was going to, like, you know, put troops on the ground or something. That's not what was going to happen.
Yeah. I remember there was something about like using long-range missiles, and the left said...
Wait, how do you feel about Donald Trump being like full pro-Ukraine now?
Right, I get the whole Ukraine, like defending Ukraine. I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it makes so much sense now. Yeah. That was a really quick change of tune.
Well, I think you can like be defensive but not be aggressive, basically.
Oh, what do you mean by that? Because I mean, I think Trump was pretty aggressive with his statement. I can tell you what his statement was if you would like me to.
Sure.
Alrighty. He said, let's pull this up right now. Give it 1 second. Here we are. Right here, he said that I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form.
Gotcha. So, again, I feel like if there was a candidate who was like super against war, I'd vote for them. But I feel like between the two, the Democrats were further on the side of wanting to go to war.
Okay, in what sense?
So there was one thing, like right when the election was taking place, about using long-range.
Can you stop clicking the pen, by the way?
Oh, sorry, I'm playing League of Legends. I didn't know you could hear that.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Here, I'll move it away. Let me know if you could hear it, and I'll stop.
No, I was just letting you know because we can hear the clicking, and it just affects the audio, especially for YouTube and everything in general.
Got it. Can you still hear it?
Yeah, we still hear it.
Damn. All right. Here, I'll just. My team's doing good, so they'll be fine without me for a little.
They might need to carry.
Yeah. Right. It's not ranked, so it's fine. I think a lot of people felt that way, and I think deep down a lot of people.
No, I think we're more likely to have conflict when Donald Trump himself says he hates the left. He says the left is responsible for everything without having evidence. He can't wait to blame the left in any circumstance he can.
Yeah, and I think all that stuff's ridiculous. I mean, and this is a random topic, but I saw your thing with Charlie Kirk and responding to that, and I'm sorry for you. And I know you have an intense job. Yeah, I know this is just an intense job, and I want to say, like, I support you, even if I have disagreements, and you're brave for doing this. I just wanted to say that anyway. But yeah, so I don't know. I just think the left rhetoric at the time of the election was more aggressive. And
in what way? Like Donald Trump called Kamala Harris a communist, Marxist, fascist.
Sorry, I mean in terms of
prior to the election.
I mean in terms of the war with Ukraine. I know Donald Trump is definitely more aggressive when it comes to badgering his political opponents, which is like ridiculous. But in terms of the war, I was looking at it like, okay, there's a 2% chance we go to war if Biden or if Kamala becomes president, and there's like a 1% chance if we go to war. You know, maybe it's bigger than that, but that's how I felt, and I'm like, I don't want to.
You said that they're both pro-war, and how are you going to imply a distinction here? Tell me.
So when the election was happening, there was the thing with the missiles. That was when Putin was making press conferences over and over, basically saying, if Ukraine uses long-range missiles, then we're considering that an attack from the U.S.
Did that happen?
I mean, yeah, Biden can't pull the trigger, but Biden gave Ukraine the go-ahead to use it.
And what happened?
Nothing, because he lost the election.
Wait, no.
So the timeline was...
If they gave the go-ahead, and it is the case that it wasn't considered an attack by the U.S., Putin was lying. Whoa! Oh my God! Vladimir Putin was lying? No way! What? Oh my! I would have never expected that. Vladimir Putin lied?
Wait.
Whoa!
Wait, but what are you? I don't even know what you're saying he's lying about. But I definitely agree. He's probably lied 99% of his whole life. But wait, what are you talking about?
What did you hear? Anything I said at all?
Yeah, so I said that Putin would say that a long-range missile attack was
gonna lead to like it was going to be a U.S. attacking on them. Was he telling the truth or was he bluffing? He was bluffing.
Right, but do you get what I'm saying? So you have one candidate who's saying, "Go ahead, go for it," and then at the time of the election, this is their two stances.
I'm sorry, you know now that Trump is fully pro-Ukraine. Stop trying to play the argument that they're different here. Now, Donald Trump is actually the only argument you could really provide is that he's actually less strong when it comes to defending Ukraine.
Exactly.
Which is bad. And but because now his goal is to be more strong in defending Ukraine. That's his goal now. So if his goal now is to be more strong in defending Ukraine, but he's less strong in defending Ukraine, then he's not actually holding up with respect to his own goals, right? The idea that you would say that you would support him because he's not as good for defending Ukraine, when inevitably his goal is still to end up defending Ukraine, is just ridiculous.
Well, like I said, I think both candidates are for defending Ukraine. I just think one's more aggressive. And at the time of the election...
But what mechanism specifically would they enact right now that Donald Trump would not enact?
I mean, I bet you we started seeing troops from North Korea and I think China. I bet you there's a world where we start sending troops in from countries in Europe, and then we start.
Nope, that would be war.
Yeah, exactly.
So no, that's not going to happen.
I'm saying if Kamala was, if the Biden administration
you have no
was
evidence you have no reason to believe this. You have no evidence to believe this. You're just saying this because you're fear-mongering people into believing that Kamala Harris is somehow going to cause World War III. There's no evidence of this at all. There's no good reason to believe this. And if anyone were to be the person to cause a...
I'm sorry for overstretching. I think you're totally right. I feel like at the time of the election that was my biggest thing. I'm just like, I do not want to go to war. And Trump maybe was lying.
No, but what do you think now? Because the whole argument we're having right now is what you think now.
What I think now? Well, who would be who's the candidate for like the upcoming election? I mean, as of right now, we can't even really enact any change.
You understand that this is going to affect the way that you're going to view future elections. That's why I'm having these dialogues still, is because it's informing people about what they did specifically in the election and showing them that they can change their views, and then that's going to affect the way that they perceive future elections. Candidates that are going to be derivative of MAGA on the right versus candidates that are going to be more liberal on the left, in like the Democratic Party.
Right. Yeah, and I think if during the next election, the left has a candidate that's more like of a pacifist mindset, then I would go that route. Also, another thing that I didn't like, I'm huge into crypto. I love...
Wait, and that's actually what we were in 2024 with Kamala.
What?
We were significantly more pacifist than Trump, again, in terms of this, because Donald Trump was calling for violent insurrection at the Capitol, right? He pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, right? So you understand that if we're going to be comparing Trump to Harris, right, Harris would be significantly more pacifist, especially domestically, comparative to Trump.
Yeah, I think that's very true, and you see that with ICE too, and how aggressive Trump is with illegal immigrants. I think it's terrible. I'm just saying my main concern was not wanting to go to war, because I think war in today's age can be like catastrophic, especially with superpowers. But yeah, domestically, I think the left is way more. It's a safer country if we have an administration from the left. But I just, I didn't want to go to war with a superpower. Okay. And that's what it felt like they were going to do. And then the other thing
that wasn't going to happen. But is there any actual other reason you support Donald Trump? Because we've already gone over this, that you said that there's no distinction when it comes to how quote unquote pro-war they are. So I don't know why you're even arguing this.
Yeah, I mean, the other one was crypto. I love crypto. I think Bitcoin is I think liberals should be obsessed with Bitcoin, because it's fair money. It's very clean money.
Well, how? What's different about it?
So there's no central authority. So right now,
So why would the government allow for that to become prominent?
Well, it's not about the government. It's about people adopting it.
Yeah, government wants a monopoly over currency, correct?
Right. And do you think that's right? Do you think the federal...
So inevitably speaking, there's going to be a centralization of the currency. At some level of value, there would be a centralization of currency, and there being some backing of the government in doing so is centralizing that. So there shouldn't be any difference in the policy between the left and the right on that from a person who's pro-crypto, as it's decentralized. Why would you centralize a decentralized currency?
You can't centralize
it. It makes no sense to have any relevance to either administration, right? Because both administrations are not going to allow for it to exist in that type of manner. Trump is just claiming that we're going to somehow get rid of the debt with it or something. It's crazy.
No, the left was very anti-crypto.
The left isn't anti-crypto. That's just not true.
At the time of the election, leading up to it,
they're anti-Trump's approach on crypto.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm in the crypto space very heavily.
I don't think people should I don't think that people should say that the left or the right are either pro or anti-crypto. There's a lot of both on both sides, and I do think that the the perspective that I have on the matter is just acknowledging reality. That crypto isn't really going to bring us anything new because the government will not allow for a different type of currency to become that prominent, because it can affect, exchanges and markets. It can affect global currency, and it can affect, the global markets. So there would be huge.
Well, you're already seeing it with the BRICS. I think it's called the BRICS.
That's not crypto.
Yeah, but you have other countries who are getting away from the U.S. dollar. So, eventually the idea is in the future, more people adopt. You have countries like Venezuela who these centralized currencies get inflated to zero like every day. So you have these people like making money and they have to spend it and buy food, or if they keep it in the bank, it's going to go to zero. So they use a currency like Bitcoin, which isn't getting, which doesn't have any inflation, obviously has price swings, but it
has price swings, but it doesn't have inflation. I'm sorry, what? Hello? Do you know what you're saying right now?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You obviously don't. That's a bad take. I'm sorry, Parker. I'll give you it when you have a good take. Inflation has to do with supply of tokens. Price swings has to do with the price of the token.
Then why is the price changing right now?
The price changes.
It's massively inflating. Aren't you guys happy when it inflates in price?
No, sorry. Inflation has to do with the token supply. Okay, so there can only be 21 million tokens.
What do you mean? What is inflation?
Inflation means there's more tokens.
No,
some central currency. So, yes, that's what inflation is.
No, inflation doesn't just mean more tokens. That's not how you categorize inflation.
And of an asset, yes, it is. That's like literally the definition of inflation of an asset. Yes, inflation happens because of quantitative easing, which has to do with money printing.
Now you're bringing up a completely different
We're talking about
point. So let's talk about.
We're talking about currency inflation. Currency inflation.
Think about it this way. Think about it this way.
No, Parker, you're just wrong.
No, I'm not.
Should just.
You need to listen.
ChatGPT or
you
whatever.
need to listen instead of fucking just speaking. Okay.
Because
I'm going to explain it to you.
Yep. Okay.
I'm not wrong. I'll explain it to you.
I do this for a living, so okay.
Do you have an economics degree?
Finance.
Okay, I have a degree in economics.
Great. Explain to me how.
So do you want me to explain it to you now?
Explain to me how there's inflation in Bitcoin.
Did you take any econ classes?
I did.
Okay, so did they tell you that inflation is only a result of there being an increase in the money supply? Is that what they taught you? Because that would be wrong. Inflation is not only from an increase in the money supply. Why did we see inflation during COVID? Supply chain issues? You're not listening and you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. So be quiet and I'll fucking mute you because you're being so dishonest right now. Right? The money supply increasing is not the only way that inflation can occur. Is it a way that inflation can occur? Absolutely. Is it the only cause of inflation? No. That's what I'm explaining. You understand that, yes, there was an increase in the money supply during the context of COVID, but that was not due to the context of the Biden administration. So if you want to say that that would specifically be due to the context of the situation because of what happened under the Trump administration, then you can blame Trump for that. But what resulted to the increase in money supply? Well, debt-related spending is what people typically say. And there was a greater level of debt-related spending relating to Trump. So what I'm acknowledging is that the main cause was supply chain issues. It was not necessarily the increase in the money supply. It was the supply chain issues. The increase in the money supply, did that have an effect on inflation? Absolutely. But was that the main driving cause of inflation? No. Want to know why? Because there was inflation globally. And was there a money supply increase in every single area to that degree around the world? No. There would be differing levels of money supply increases around the world. So that's why it is the case that when we see a global inflation, it attributes that most of the inflation is going to be something that was dependent upon something that affected the entire globe, which would be supply chain issues. Now you may go ahead.
I mean, we had the biggest if you want to look it up, you could look up how much did the money supply increase during COVID. It was like the most ridiculous increase in the money supply.
Under
I think
Trump.
It's under Trump. Yeah, exactly. And like I said, like, you know, I have ideas for running politically in the future, and I think it would involve a more decentralized, like a moderate approach, you know. But anyway, there's no inflation in Bitcoin. That's just, you know, you
so
can't really.
Inflation is the rate of increase in pricing, correct?
Inflation, you're saying inflation in Bitcoin. There's, you know, you can have words that have meanings in different contexts.
Can you answer, is inflation the rate of increase in pricing?
Yes.
Okay. If inflation is the rate of increase in pricing, has there been a rate of increase in prices of Bitcoin?
Yes.
So therefore, the value of Bitcoin has been inflated.
Yes, but has the supply been inflated?
You're asking a different question. I'm pretty sure there is some change, but I mean, I'd have to check back. You say that there is no change. That's fine, right? I actually think that's worse. You want to know why I think that's worse? Because I think that you need to have a change in the money supply depending upon the population.
Okay, then this is where I totally disagree, because you have countries like Venezuela, and these are like, this is the extreme of the world, but there's a lot of countries where people work and they make money, and then the next day their money is worth less, because what happens is these governments, these small governments that are actually fascist governments,
let me ask you this question.
They print money and they get rich, and they're getting rich off these people who make no money, basically.
If we had the same money supply as 100 years ago, would our economy grow the same rate?
If we had the same... No, we need inflation, I agree.
So we need an increase in the money supply. You just conceded.
You're talking about... I think the Federal Reserve is great, and I think they do a great job. But I'm talking about extremes in countries like Venezuela, or you have... I think it's Nicaragua, Nigeria. They have, like, these countries have governments that literally, they increase the money supply, and what that's effectively doing is stealing money from these low income, these people who are like living check to check, you know, because now their money goes to zero, and these families that run the governments just get rich. And that's what Bitcoin is doing. If you look up what really changed my mind on Bitcoin was in 2019.
What are we even talking about right now? What's the point of this?
Because the left was very anti-crypto. Kamala and Biden administration.
Wait. Now you're just categorizing the left as just Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Okay, if you want to do that, then sure. Then the same thing would be true with every administration. Every administration to some degree is going to be anti-crypto, because they're not going to allow for there to be some sort of decentralized currency to grow to a certain level of
Trump is almost too pro-crypto. He's launching scam coins.
I don't think that he's too pro-crypto from a state in which it is the case that he would not allow for there to be that much control over the money supply, right? Specifically by outside and decentralized manners. Right, that's another thing as well. What you're not understanding is that he'll be okay with it up to a certain extent, insofar as it will get him votes, or insofar as that he can make money off of it. But as soon as it starts impacting global markets, as soon as it impacts the U.S. currency, then it's not going to be something that he's going to like. You understand that, right? If the U.S. currency drops in value because so many people are buying crypto,
he's scamming so hard in crypto. He's never going to be anti-crypto. He's dropped the Trump coin, World Liberty 5.
If he can't scam anymore, would he do it?
Probably not, and probably if he wouldn't get votes, no.
There you go.
But the reality is, I'm huge into crypto, and I just saw people getting lawsuits and investigations all the time for the past 5-6 years, and it was terrible. It just like put a stagnation in the industry, like, terribly. And then you have Trump going to the Bitcoin conference and speaking at the Bitcoin. You just admitted
that Trump is a con artist, and you voted for him still. You said that he's a con artist, and he's only supporting Bitcoin because he wants to scam you out of it. And he's only supporting crypto because he wants to scam people.
So to be fair, you said if you went back in time and you had to vote for Kamala or Trump, who would you vote for? I said Trump. Who did I vote for? I didn't vote.
If you could go back in time and vote now, given the knowledge you have now, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Exactly. So you are MAGA.
Yeah, but I didn't vote because I'm not really that MAGA, but I do like.
But if you could go back in time, you would vote.
No, if I had to vote, I would do the same thing and not vote.
Oh, okay. You wouldn't vote?
No.
Okay. Bye. Zach, thank you for the $20. Trump is pro crypto. That's because he thinks Superman's dog. Seriously. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know why they think that they're only real Christians. I don't understand it. It makes no sense. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $2, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Doris, thank you so much for the $10. Kelly with the $50. Give me some W's for Kelly in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kelly. That's amazing. Give me some W's for Kelly in the comment section right now. That's great to hear. That's so great to hear. Ingrid, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Sharon, thank you for the $10. Amanda with the $5. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person real quick, and then I'm going to catch up on YouTube as well, everyone. Thank you, everyone, so much. Everyone has been so kind today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35. Can you hear me?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birthday? Or you're 35. So let me thank a few people, and then we'll go on with the conversation. Zach, thank you so much for the member subscription. Thank you. Robin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Diogi, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Monique, thank you for the $3. Again, I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and in the pinned comment on my YouTube. Samantha, thank you for the $6.30. By the way, they just left, by the way. I don't see you on YouTube. Parker Get a Job on YouTube. That's where you look me up. I know we're currently on Parker Get a Real Job, but if you look at Parker Get a Job, you should be able to find me. You should be able to find me. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, but there's a MAGA talking point that I struggle engage.
I appreciate you very much. I am just looking for some debates. I'm just looking for some debates right now. Thank you so much, though. Did Parker just start? I started about an hour and 20 minutes ago. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28 years old.
How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do. He's the best president of all time.
Okay. Why do you think he's the best president of all time?
He's always honest and he tells people how it is, unlike all the liberals that have been in office the past few years. But what about you?
Yeah, he's really known for being honest, you know?
Oh, yeah,
Donald
here
Trump,
we go.
it's not like he has 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration. It's not like he cheated on every single one of his wives. It's not like he said that he would, lower the grocery prices and drop the Epstein files. And all those different things that he said.
Yeah, you're corny.
Yeah, he's very honest.
30,000 lies. 30,000 lies.
You said that I'm a liar. Can you name one time that I've lied?
Yesterday about Tylenol. And I think that's why you're on a different account.
Really? So
am I wrong?
What lie did I make about? Yes. What lie did I engage in about Tylenol?
I think you spread misinformation to people about Tylenol and pregnancies.
What about Tylenol? What did I say about Tylenol that was wrong?
What did Tylenol post on their Twitter this morning? Can you tell me that?
I don't know. Like, you actually tell me.
No. Look it up. You love looking shit up.
No,
look it up.
You just tell me. You just tell me.
Tylenol said pregnant women shouldn't be taking Tylenol. Their own account.
What, because of Trump? Because of Trump saying this? Do you want to hear what doctors have to say on the matter?
No. Why would Tylenol
What are doctors saying?
Attack their own company.
What are doctors saying?
What about Harvard studies?
Wait, and by the way, is that the real Tylenol page? Let's look it up. On one you said on Twitter?
Yep. Look it up.
Fact check. Completely different. Here, hold up. Tylenol memes. Yeah, that's literally a meme.
No, it's not. Go to Tylenol's official Twitter page and look what they posted.
Yeah,
you can lie to your chat again more and more and more. You say Trump says 30,000 lies.
I'm lying so much.
You say more lies.
I clicked on it. Let me see. Yeah, we'll see, bud. I say more lies. You can't even name the lies.
No, you say more lies than Trump has in his
Wait, where is the Tylenol Twitter? Do they even have a Twitter page?
They do. They probably blocked you for spreading misinformation.
I'm not signed in on Twitter right now. Dude, this guy. How did I get blocked when I'm not even on an account? Dude, Tylenol Twitter page. The last post is like from what, 2016?
Nope, it was from this morning, actually.
Where?
You gotta look it up. Just because you say it's not there, it doesn't mean people believe you, pal. You tell more lies than Trump ever has in one day.
That you're talking about an old tweet.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, that's from like literally like it says an old social media post sent by Tylenol warning consumers do not use their products while pregnant has resurfaced 2 days ago, the Trump administration claimed. The official X account of the Department of Health and Human Services posted the 2017 tweet on Tuesday saying, "No caption needed." The post is field concern, but the spokesperson said the old tweet was incomplete and it did not address our full guidance on the safe use of Tylenol, which has changed,
here we go with
which
the
has not
liberal,
changed.
Yep. Yeah.
Our products are safe and effective when directed by directed on the product label.
What's your source? What's your source? What's your source?
The spokesperson from Tylenol themselves.
Nah, that's a lie.
It's just a lie because you don't want to believe it. That's the only reason you consider it a lie. I just told you.
No,
it was a spokesperson from Tylenol.
You're a liar and you're a grifter. That's all I have to say to you. I don't
you're so mad. Oh, you gonna run away now, buddy? I'm a liar, grifter. Oh my God, Parker, you're such a grifter. Papa, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Reuters dropped an article today that doctors said that Tylenol is safe for pregnant women. Annie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Annie.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you, Mark. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Julie, thank you for the membership subscription. Nicole, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for the $10. Thank you. Jasmine, again, thank you. Oh, you're so triggered. How does it feel? B.A. Paul, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Oh, the Harvard study the Harvard study that concludes that they can't make a conclusion specifically that Tylenol while using while pregnant specifically causes autism. They can't make a conclusion about that. That's what your own Tylenol study says from Harvard. Harvard does not say in its conclusion. Wait, no, tell me where does Harvard say?
Look at how triggered you are. Look at how triggered you are. Look at how triggered you are. Yeah, listen.
You can't answer the facts. Harvard's own conclusion does not justify your standpoint. Thank you. That is crazy.
Nah, Harvard did. If you read the full article,
Ananda, thank you so much for the $5 for the liar and grifter. Thank you so much. For such a liar and grifter, I always say what's true. Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, you do. It's crazy.
You can't even mention when I lie.
You can't even lied yesterday about Tylenol. That's
no,
why
I didn't.
That's why your other account
disproven you. I'm sorry. Doctors agree with me. Who agrees with you?
Your other account. Everybody. Harvard studies. People that have a brain.
No, the Harvard study. What does it say? What does the Harvard study say that agrees with you?
That it's unsafe for pregnant women.
That's not what it says.
And it says that it leads to autism.
Wait, that's not what it says. That's actually a lie, bro. That is such a lie.
That's the truth.
You're grifting right now, bro. How does it feel to be grifting right now? You're such a liar. Like you
can't even read the full article. You just read articles that.
Wait. I read specifically the conclusion of what you're referencing in relation to the Harvard study, and it did not say what you're saying it said at all. You're lying.
No,
you're actually lying right now. I read it.
No, you're lying. You're the one that's lying.
How am I lying?
And you push this agenda. You call Charlie Kirk a Nazi.
Dude, you're so ridiculous.
You did all these horrible things to this poor guy, Charlie Kirk, and he got assassinated.
What horrible things?
So many.
Wait, what horrible things did I do?
You call him a Nazi and a racist when he's neither of those.
He is a racist.
And you know it.
And I don't think I ever called him a Nazi.
No, he's not.
He is a racist.
He's not.
And nice pivot
you got there.
Hands. Nice pivot.
You got blood on your hands, pal.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
You're a coward. You're a coward.
Heather, thank you for the $5. You think I have blood on my hands? You're crazy.
All these people that you talk to.
I said something that was true. And
what about the attack on ICE yesterday?
Yeah, like I think that's horrible. I think that's terrible. They shot people, right? Three different people were hit with bullets. That's horrible.
Yeah. And you know what side that person was on?
Wait, I'm sorry.
That was an anti-ICE person.
Well, wait,
you know that?
No one actually says anti-ICE. I think that right now they're saying that like it's not very conclusive in terms of their political leaning or ideology. In actual terms, a lot of what you're specifically, because again,
I just want to be clear here.
I just want to be clear here. They unalived people that were not ICE agents.
But who were they aiming for? What did their bullet say, Parker?
Wait, that could just be a trolling groiper if it was politically oriented.
At least
what I'm seeing, what I'm seeing right now is that they have this categorization of nihilist violent extremists, right? And that's specifically the context that's being used, that it's not necessarily politically oriented.
Oh yeah, because the Republicans are definitely pro anti-ICE, and that's what it said on the bullet casing.
Well, no, I want you to go look into it instead of spreading misinformation about it. Please, seriously, like this is genuinely not an effective thing to do, especially if you're calling me out for saying I'm lying. Right now, you don't have enough information.
Dude, you lie about everything.
Let me say this. You do not have enough information to make conclusive arguments about this. We don't.
You didn't even ask my age, by the way.
I did. That's the first thing I asked you.
I'm 14.
You are not 14. You just lied.
Yeah, I am.
Want me to? You really? What's your birth year?
2013.
That's not 14, you idiot. You just lied. Why would you lie and say that? You are such a. You're literally trying to get me to. He's trying to get me to kick him. He's trying to get me to kick him and then be like, "Oh, Parker kicked me from a stream. Oh my God, Parker kicked me because he knew I was proving him wrong." Like, dude, you're so ridiculous.
You're just a coward, bro.
You said 28, didn't you? I'm a coward. You're a coward because you sit behind lies. You're totally trolling. You call me a grifter. You're honestly the grifter yourself. You're grifting right now for attention. Linz, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Nurse Linz said, if he cares so much about the fetus, then he should support pregnant women taking Tylenol for fevers because the fever can harm the fetus. Literally, I was gonna say that too. Come on.
What about the lady that overdosed on Tylenol?
Can you please acknowledge this? Amanda, thank you for the $10, and Heather, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Pam, thank you for the $5. Amanda, thank you so much for the $5. Nicole, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting the grift, everyone. Thank you so much. Riley, thank you for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Blonde, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting the grift. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's talk about the Al-Qaeda agents that are in our country now because
Super,
of
thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Yeah. Notice how he doesn't want to talk about it.
Appreciate the heart. Thank you. Robin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can you define grifter, actually? Natasha, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
How about the Al-Qaeda agents in our country right now because of your president's open border?
And by the way,
Kamala bashing?
Wait, hold up. You said open. Give it a second. I'll address that in a second. You said open border. That's ridiculous. Natasha, thank you for the $5. They said, mom of 2 autistic children, and she didn't take Tylenol. Leo, thank you so much for the $20 for the grift. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And by the way, I want you to define grift, and then we can move on to the open border claims. Is that okay? All right. Sorry, you have to I just muted you on accident because I thought you were I was sending you an invite to unmute. Apologize. Oh, they just left them. Oh, they actually got removed for community guidelines. It looks like the DNC just got them taken down. They can't expose the grift. The DNC had to take them down, chat. They said, how dare you call out the grift? How dare you call out the grift? Let's go in the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support Donald Trump.
What's your birth year?
August 8th, 1999.
For sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
I didn't vote, but if I did vote, I was going to vote for Trump. If I could go back right now, I'd still vote for Trump.
Okay, so then here would be my question. Do you think that Tylenol causes autism when used during pregnancy?
I wouldn't say causes it, that's like I'd say it's like a risky thing to say. It's not risky, but like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it's like, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but I wouldn't just go out and say straight up Tylenol causes autism, because like, it's not a fact that if you take, well, I don't think that's what he said. I think he said there's something along the lines of like there's a correlation between autism, or it's something like that. Can you tell me exactly what he said?
He also said there were no downsides to not taking Tylenol, which is just not true. Doctors have come out and talked about the risk of untreated maternal fever, or fever for anyone who's pregnant, and specifically that has on their health and on the health of the pregnancy.
No, for sure, 1,000%. They said Tylenol is one of the only safe things. My wife's actually 5 months pregnant right now. With our second child. The first trimester of this one was been really rough for her, so she was like basically stuck in bed for the past 3 months, or the first 3 months of this pregnancy. She was taking Tylenol almost every day, if not every other day. So I completely understand that. But
and also,
there's been studies
how what him saying that gets people to do, because then people think they can't use Tylenol, then they use alternatives, and other alternatives that they might use are actually significantly more harmful.
Yeah, ibuprofen's definitely worse, stuff like that. But I do think that there are studies that show a correlation between Tylenol and autism. And not just autism and ADHD, supposedly. There's been studies going back from the late 80s, early 90s, all the way until the late or early 2020s. So they've been studying this forever. This isn't something new that's just came out. This has been a thing that people have known about, and obviously there's no direct link between it, but it's been something that they've been studying. This isn't new. My personal opinion on it is that it's something that they just released to get us to stop talking about Charlie Kirk's murder and other things that are going on in politics. Epstein files and all that. It's just another thing that they wanted to throw out there just to get people talking about something else.
So correlation doesn't equal causation. Just because there was correlation doesn't mean that there is any type of causal factor there. Secondly, there is a recent study out of, I'm pretty sure it's either Sweden or Finland, with over 2.5 million children that they looked over, showing no association.
Wait, say that again?
Yeah. There was a study from Sweden where they looked at over 2.5 million children that showed no association.
No, that's great. That's great. I mean, like I said, I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you whether it causes it or not. I looked into it a little bit in the past couple of days. After that, it came out that he said that, and they said that there was like studies about it and stuff. But some studies say that there is association. Some studies say that there's not. I'd say it's better safe than sorry. I don't recommend I wouldn't recommend taking any medication if you don't need to take it. However, if you're pregnant and you have a fever, it sounds like you need to take it. I think the risk of not taking it is greater than the risk of taking it. So in that situation, I'll definitely recommend take it, but I wouldn't take it for something that's like a minor headache or something like that. In that case, I'd probably say tough it out. I think just being hydrated, drinking water is great alternative.
I think anyone would try drinking water before they go to taking Tylenol. And if it is the case that someone feels the need to take Tylenol, right, I don't think we should be like, oh, they shouldn't take it, or like they should just tough it out, especially because the risks associated with quote unquote toughing it out would be actually more harmful.
No, yeah, I said I agree. If it comes to like a fever or something like that, where the risk of not taking it is greater than the risk of taking it, then I would definitely err on the side of taking it. But for anybody who's not a medical professional to tell someone not to take a medication is very irresponsible, in my opinion.
Wait, what'd you say? You said anyone that repeat that?
Anyone telling someone not, like recommending someone to not take a medication who's not a medical professional. Donald Trump's not a medical professional. He doesn't. It's not his job to tell someone what medication and to not take. So I don't agree with that. Just because I support him doesn't mean I have to agree with everything he said. Obviously, I'm sure there's things of politicians that you support that you might not agree with everything they've done. And I don't agree with everything that Trump says or does. However, I do still support him, just maybe not on that particular topic.
Sure. So yeah, like the idea is that like Donald Trump did exactly that. He's definitely a threat to people in terms of medical health. especially amongst the population. So that's an incredibly important thing to address, alongside plenty of other factors that are going to be harmful towards human health. I guess, why would you support Donald Trump?
I think some things that he's done is good. I like his stance on a few things, whether he might be directly responsible for it or not. But a few things are good. Economy's not doing bad right now. Tariff revenue looks good. Immigration policies look good. Border crossing, stuff like that.
Okay, so the economy is doing bad right now. The tariff revenue is definitely not good because that revenue specifically comes from what's called people who are low and middle income, along with the fact that it's currently frozen. Like they can't use the tariff revenue yet.
Well, you using it and having it is two different things. I mean, he's projected about $350 billion in annual tariff revenue right now, where through Biden's administration, he ranged anywhere from as low as $60 billion to $100 billion. Throughout the entire 4 years he was in office, Trump has projected $350 billion annual, just off his first year. And you said the economy was down. You said the economy was down.
Wait, who pays that though? Who pays that revenue?
It depends. Comes from other countries. It also comes from consumers in America. A little bit of everything.
No. So it actually that revenue itself comes from American importers, like the businesses that are importing the product, and then the cost of that is passed down to the consumer. Right. So the cost can be passed other ways, but the idea is that it's paid by the American business importing the product, right?
Yes, that's where the majority of it comes from, for sure. And that's the point. It incentivizes American manufacturers to source goods from America. If they don't want to source goods from America, they pay the tax, and that tax benefits our country. So it's whether either you buy the goods from America, which will benefit our country, or you pay taxes on goods from another country, and those taxes will still benefit our country. So regardless, America benefits one way or another. Whether you want to say that the argument that the right likes to make a lot is that it's going to increase jobs and all this and that. You could go down a rabbit hole and that. Regardless, it increases annual revenue for the country, which is good.
No, it would have been better to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. We would have increased revenue more than what we are specifically doing with the tariffs, and we would have seen there be still a better progressive tax structure rather than having a regressive negative impact on the low and middle class.
What do you mean a regressive impact on the middle class? I mean, what was the bill he did? One Big Beautiful Bill. I mean, he cut taxes on the lower class.
Yeah, but it will disproportionately raise the taxes on the low and middle class because of the fact that Kamala Harris would have kept all of the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which is what the tax cuts were applicable to low-income individuals, for income earners under $400,000 a year, and then she was going to increase income tax on income over $400,000 a year. And then Donald Trump was imposing tariffs. So if they have the same tax rate, specifically under Harris' administration versus Trump's administration, then Trump imposes a tariff on top of that. That means they pay more in taxes.
Who, the middle class pays more in taxes?
Yes.
Can you explain that again?
Yeah, so again, Harris wants to keep all the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that were applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year. So if they would have the same tax rate under Harris's admin compared to Trump's admin, and the only distinction is Trump imposing a greater tariff, then that means that they have a higher tax rate.
Okay, but what about the tax cut that just came out in the One Big Beautiful Bill? That's
the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So the aspects that were applicable to lower income individuals were the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and then like the deductions for like no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security, which would have existed under Democrats' policy as well. So all of that would have been the same under the Democrats for income earners under $400,000 a year. But for income over $400,000 a year, then that would have an increase in taxes.
All right, so from my knowledge, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, what I got from the One Big Beautiful Bill was that there was a tax cut on household income. It was like income under $50,000 was, I want to say it was like 14% tax cut or something like that. There was like 12% on 50 to 100,000, and it was like 10% on 100 to 500,000.
So, I don't know where you got these numbers from, but if we want to look at the amount that there's a decrease in taxes, again, Kamala Harris wants to keep the tax cuts for income under $400,000 a year. So any tax cut that was applicable through Trump's policy for income earners under $400,000 a year would still be applicable.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Yeah.
Okay. So then, like, what would be better from Trump's policy then? It clearly is just increasing taxes on working class Americans while giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires.
I don't think my taxes went up.
Well, they did, because tariffs. Tariffs affect every single one of us. And they're going to continue to cause prices to increase in this country.
So it can cause so are you saying it causes our taxes to go up, or it causes the price of consumer goods to go up, which in turn affects us?
Both. Because the taxes go up, which causes the price to go up.
I mean,
because tariffs are a tax on imported goods.
So I mean, I'm going to take what you obviously I'm assuming that obviously what you're saying is true. This is what you do every day for a living. So I mean, I'm assuming
like for example, think of a sales tax. It's both a tax and it increases the cost of consumer goods.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like I said, I'm assuming what you're saying is true. Obviously, you do your research on this kind of stuff. I'm not an expert or by any means, but if what you are saying is true, I'd be willing to pay a little bit extra for a loaf of bread or a gallon of milk or whatever, if it incentivizes manufacturers and companies to source goods from the United States. Obviously, to a certain extent. I mean, I don't want to go pay $10 for a gallon of gas, but
so then the difference is buy it yourself. So then why in the free market don't you just buy it yourself rather than forcing it into existence?
What do you mean by myself?
Yeah, like you could go in the grocery store, choose to buy the milk that's made in America, right? If it's more expensive or whatever particular things you want made in America. And you can specifically choose as a consumer to buy that. But to say that everyone else should have to do that is ridiculous, right?
I don't think anyone should have to do anything they don't want to do. But as I said, well, no, tariffs don't force them to do that. Tariffs force the manufacturers to choose one or the other. It doesn't force anyone to buy anything.
It does, because it makes it more expensive for you to buy stuff from other countries. That's just the reality.
Well, yeah.
I don't have an issue with you going to your local farmers market and supporting your local community. That's great.
Yeah, but you still have a choice.
Do that.
But you still have a choice.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that you still have the choice.
But you said you said forcing a minute ago.
because tariffs impose a forced tax.
Yes, but it's not forcing someone to purchase something.
It does, because of the set of conditions that environmentally speaking exist.
It's not
to the fact
forcing you.
Think about it this way.
It might incentivize you, but not force.
Think about it this way. If I tax something, that's forceful, correct?
Yes.
If it causes the price to go up, the conditions force me to then buy something that is less expensive.
Incentivize. You don't have to buy it, correct?
Yeah, you can choose to buy something else that's more expensive, but there's no other option that's less expensive that existed prior. So
it's incentivizing you. Is what I agree with everything you're saying. I just don't like the word choice because it's not true. But I agree with what you're saying.
It is true, and every way I was using it made sense. But if you don't like the word, I won't use the word. Okay.
I just don't. I don't. It's not that I don't like it. I take that back. It's not that I don't like it. I disagree with the word force because it's not forcing someone. It's incentivizing them. Yes,
it is forcing someone because a tax is imposing a force on the market, meaning that force pressures people to make different economic choices. Those
pressure would be
are going to be with. Can I please finish?
Yep.
So again, people have a certain budget. They can't go beyond that budget. They can't make money out of nothing, right? They have to be within a certain budget. So the conditions created by the tax force them into a set of conditions where they can't buy other goods from other countries and they can only buy the American-made goods, right?
No, I get what you're saying. I completely understand what you're saying. It's not that I don't understand what you're saying, but like I said, they're not being forced to buy it. They're being incentivized. Whether the alternative might not be great. It might put
I don't care to argue with you on this point. The way I used it makes sense.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying I don't agree that that is being forced because, like I said, when you say forced, it means they have no alternative option. But they do have an alternative.
A forced incentive. How about that?
I would agree with that statement 100%.
So it is forced.
It's a forced incentive. But they're not being forced to no one's being forced to purchase American-made goods. There might be a forced incentive.
They're not being forced, but they're forced. There's a forced incentive.
I think that's true.
Okay. All right. So then, I guess what's the reason why you support Trump then? Can we go back to? You said the economy is doing good, right? How is the economy doing good? Because I can show you how it's doing bad.
Yeah. How's it doing bad?
Yeah, so real GDP is growing at a lower rate. The jobs report was so bad that he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and then he hired someone new, and they indicated even less jobs for the next month, which is around 7 to 10 times less that we saw 1 year ago in terms of jobs numbers under the Biden-Harris administration. Inflation is trending up since April because of Liberation Day, 2.3 to 2.9%. It's about to eclipse the 3% when Trump got in office. We could point to plenty of things. Jerome Powell brought down the interest rates, or said he was going to bring down the interest rates, and said that that's going to risk inflation going up even more, but they had to do it because otherwise there wouldn't be enough upward pressure on jobs. So those are all bad things about the economy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect, but I mean, I don't think it's as bad as the left-wing media made it out to be during the election. They said that bread was going to be $10 and eggs were going to be $100 and all this crazy stuff that the media pushed, and it's just none of it was true. They said that it was going to be another recession and that everyone was going to be poor, we weren't going to be able to afford groceries, and it's just none of it was true. Yeah, it's just the way I look at it. I mean, it was just a whole bunch of misinformation. They said groceries is going to be crazy expensive, and it's not. And yeah, it's pretty much it. I'm not saying it's perfect. They made it.
Groceries are more expensive, right?
Yes, groceries are more expensive.
Inflation is trending up, right?
Inflation is just about the same as when 2.9%. It's about the same as when he took office.
Did you listen to anything that I said? It's trended up from 2.3% in April since the tariffs have been implemented. And it's continuing to be on a trend up because of the fact that Jerome Powell said that he was going to put downward pressure on the interest rates so that there would be upward pressure on jobs, which will then put upward pressure on prices as well. It's currently 2.9%. It's about to...
When Trump took office, it was 2.9%.
It was 3%. It went down to 2.3% by the time that Trump imposed the tariffs. It then went up again because Donald Trump imposed tariffs. So I'm talking about the effect since tariffs have been implemented. So it's on a trend up. It wouldn't be on that trend up if Trump weren't in office.
Possibly. I mean, I think it's a hypothetical. You can't.
No, we know because we know that we know the effect of tariffs.
So you think tariffs are an overall bad thing?
So yeah, tariffs used at the manner in which they are a bad thing.
So you don't agree with the reciprocal tariff?
I don't think it's reciprocal.
What do you mean that you don't think it's reciprocal?
It's not the same as what they have on us. That's what reciprocal is.
That's why I was asking why you don't think that they are reciprocal. I mean, the fact sheet that the White House released, it's on their website. They got fact sheets that they released.
Yeah, they didn't even calculate the percentage.
Not all of them were not all of them were reciprocal, but a great amount of them were.
No, the percentage tariff they were claiming the other country had on us wasn't even the percentage tariff. It had to do with GDP and the level of imports. Like it was a really weird metric they used. It had nothing to do with the actual what's it called? Tariff percentage.
Mm-hmm. So it's just false information is what you're saying?
Yep. False information.
Well, I guess I got to do some more research into that then as well.
Yep.
So, all right. Well, I'll give you that. I mean, like I said, I ain't an expert on it. I thought the economy at least doesn't look bad. I mean, I'm not going to say it's great, but I don't think it looks bad. I think the value on my houses went up, so I'm happy.
Okay. the value on your house went up. So you understand that it's going to likely go down because it is the case that people's pockets won't be able to afford it. In the long run, along with the idea that the cost of manufacturing is going up because of tariffs. So it's putting upward pressure on the prices for housing, but yet it will still see a decline in the housing prices for people who already have houses because it is the case that there's a reduction in the demand. Because of the fact that the economy isn't doing so well.
It fluctuates all the time.
That's why
it fluctuates all the time. There's going to be buyers markets, sellers markets, buyers markets, sellers markets. It fluctuates. Yeah, typical American, bro. I'm nothing special.
I'm sorry. Do you think the average American can buy 2 houses?
Yeah, I do actually. I don't think. I think that the majority of Americans that aren't financially free are because of not financially free. I wouldn't say. I say not in a position to be able to purchase a home is because of a couple variables. But I mean, I didn't go to college. I joined the military.
Multiple houses? I'm sorry, bro. How? Multiple houses?
I mean, it did.
Come on, dude. That's definitely not average. That's definitely not average.
I wouldn't say it's average. You're right. I wouldn't say it's average, but it's definitely
being able to buy a house right now is above average.
Well, I mean, you take out a loan. I mean, I'm not like I'm buying them in cash.
Yeah, I'm talking about for our generation. You're young, right? You're around my age.
Yeah, I'm 26.
Yeah, like our generation, being able to buy a house isn't even the norm.
No, I 100% agree. I don't know many people my age that aren't in the military that own a house. That I'm in the military. I use a VA loan. I'm in the military. I used a VA loan. I bought a house. You can have multiple VA loans out.
That's great. That's great.
And it's not like I'm rich or anything.
Sure. I mean,
my wife's a teacher.
I mean, just being able to buy multiple houses though is not something like the typical American can do. So it's like if it is the case that there's a downward trend in the markets, that's not going to be a good effect for people who are in need, right?
No, it's definitely not going to be a good effect for people in need. But I mean,
because of the fact that it's based upon people not being able to afford houses. Now, if it were a downward pressure on prices in terms of houses, but it's because there's a greater level of supply of housing, that's a good sign, actually. Because now more people have access to housing. If the price of housing goes down, because it is the case that more people have access to houses because there's a greater supply of houses, that's a better sign than specifically if it were to be a reduction in the prices of houses because people cannot afford houses. Those are radically different incentives in the market. Right?
Yeah, but I'm saying the prices
one's
of houses
indicative of like a recession and there not being good standing in the economy, and the other one is indicative of there being like investments in housing and bettering conditions for people's access to shelter.
Yeah, but the prices of houses are going up right now.
The prices of houses are going. Yes, they are right now. I was talking about the long run.
That's a good thing. Yeah, that's a good thing. I mean, and yeah, what you're saying is
not necessarily. It depends on why. Why are the prices of housing going up?
Because the cost of manufacturing houses are going up.
There you go. Is that a good reason for the price of housing to go up? No, because that was artificially imposed by the Trump administration's policy.
Yes, that's not a good that's not a good reason. Like you just said, it'd be better if the price of houses were going up because there was a line of people waiting to buy a house. But I mean, I think many people right now can afford housing. I don't think it's great, but I mean, I don't think it's horrible. I mean,
can you name one housing affordability policy that Trump was advocating for?
Housing affordability policy? No, I cannot.
Okay.
Is there any?
Well, he didn't really have any housing affordability policy that he advocated for. So like it definitely doesn't put us in a better circumstance in terms of the prices for houses. Kamala Harris did run on a housing affordability policy though.
Yeah, I mean that's great, dude. I mean, I'm not against affordable housing. I grew up in Section 8 my whole life. I mean, I'm not against it. I don't agree with complete government people relying on like government assistance and stuff like that.
I'm not just trying to make people rely on government. I want government to be there to provide a baseline for everyone. It's like a safety net to catch you if you need it.
Temporarily, yes, I'm not opposed to that at all. I do think that the system's broken and that people have abused the system for a very long time.
Okay, so like if you acknowledge the importance of having these types of systems in existence in order to be able to ensure that people have adequate level of housing, right, then obviously you would be in support of Democrats' policy over Republicans' policy, because Republicans, historically speaking, are the ones cutting these programs.
What programs did he cut?
Medicaid, food stamps, free school lunch and breakfast. And Republicans have often advocated against the funding for Section 8.
He cut Medicaid, or he put requirements on it?
He increased the requirements to decrease the amount of people on them. So that's cutting it.
Which is good. We should decrease the amount of people. We should decrease the amount of people on government assistance.
No, cutting people off is bad. What?
We don't want people to be on government assistance. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, the way we want to get them off is by them being able to take care of themselves, not before they're able to take care of themselves.
Yes, I agree completely. 100% agree.
Okay, so then cutting them off is not getting them to be able to take care of themselves.
It's not cutting them off. It's putting a requirement, forcing them to be able to become self-sufficient.
It is cutting them off. Think about it this way. If I have a program that says, for Social Security, in order to be able to get access to it, you have to be over 67 years old. If I increase that to 70 years old, did I cut people off Social Security?
Yes, but unless you put unless it doesn't go into effect until 2027, like he did.
No, just think about it this way. I'm cutting people off, right? Meaning that it is the case that just because I increase qualifications doesn't mean that I am somehow not cutting them off. I'm still cutting them off even though I increased qualifications.
Yeah, but it didn't go. It's not like it went into effect tomorrow.
So,
you know what I mean? It doesn't go into effect for years.
Just because he's taking away children's access to free school lunch and breakfast,
I don't agree with that at all.
In the future, doesn't mean that it's.
I don't agree with that at all. That's the one thing I do not agree with at all. Zero. Not. I had free lunch all through school up until I want to say maybe sophomore or junior year when my mom started making more money. And then we didn't qualify for it anymore or something like that. But yeah, all my whole childhood, I don't agree with that at all. Me personally, weren't in as bad a situation, but I know people that was their only meal was they got to go to school early, they eat breakfast, and they ate lunch, and they might not eat again. They might at the beginning of the month, end of the month, they probably ain't gonna eat again the rest of the day. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think children should suffer from politics or their parents' financial decisions. But
I totally agree with you on that. So then if we don't want children to suffer from the set of conditions that exist because of politics, well then clearly we would not support Donald Trump, whose bill cuts children off of access to free school lunch and breakfast. And regardless of whether or not it's going to happen in the future, that shouldn't happen at all. So if it's going to happen to a greater extent because of Trump, well then you probably shouldn't support him.
I don't think that's going to happen though. I don't think that's going to happen, and if it does happen, I would be very upset. I don't agree with that. However, I do agree.
It is going to happen. It's already been passed. The bill has already been passed.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting rid of free school lunches. But
they actually literally are. That for 420,000 children on average, not for every single person, but for 420,000 children per month.
Yeah, I mean, but states can still fund that. I mean, they're not going to starve children. It's not going to happen.
It will starve children. That's the reality.
I don't see that happening. And if it does happen again, like I said, I will not.
It is going to happen. I mean, we can literally look at the bill. Like the bill indicates that it's going to happen.
We'll see. I mean, like I said, I'm not saying I support it. I don't think that will happen. I don't think any school district is going to allow children to starve. I think they'll come up with some funding, whether it's local, state. They might not.
Has it happened historically? Have children starved historically?
I haven't seen a starvation problem. If anything, we have the opposite. in America.
Because of the fact that we've addressed, and also there is a starvation problem even in America. Like there are children that I knew growing up that wouldn't have access to food, right?
No, I completely agree.
And because of the school lunch policies, they got access to food.
I can relate, and I completely agree. However, everyone in me and you and everyone in the chat, we know more fat people than starving people.
I think it's ridiculous to say specifically that because someone would be what you'd consider fat would specifically be because of the fact that they like eat too much. You understand that there are plenty of conditions, right?
Well,
medically speaking, that lead to people being determined by society to be considered fat, but yet it is the case that it's not due to like them being quote unquote lazy. I think the idea of associating being fat with being lazy is insane.
I didn't say anything about being lazy. I'm talking about eating.
It's like people saying I'm lazy, just like I don't want to eat more because I'm super skinny, because I deal with issues in terms of how much I can eat. Someone could call me lazy and say that I just couldn't eat enough.
Well, I mean,
I'm too lazy to go out and eat more. You know what I mean? Like someone could claim that about me. I think that's pretty ridiculous.
I'm not saying anyone's lazy. I'm just saying that we have a bigger problem with obesity than we do with starvation.
I think that there can be multifaceted problems to address within the context of our society, and I don't think stigmatizing specifically people in terms of their bodies makes conditions better in terms of obesity in America. I think that we would address obesity to a greater extent if we provide adequate access to nutritional facts, to different resources in terms of healthy foods, subsidization for healthy foods, also like in terms of like healthcare, providing access to healthcare and health insurance, right? Like all of those things are incredibly important.
Is there not access to healthcare?
No, and there are millions of people in this country that do not have access to health insurance.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, for sure, but I mean, there's a path to it.
What's the path?
You get healthcare. I mean, I'm confused.
You just get it. You just get it. Where do people just get it for free?
I get it through my job.
If their job doesn't provide it.
No, you go get healthcare. You pay for it.
You just get healthcare.
And what about Medicare? Ain't that a thing? Medicare, Medicaid, all that stuff.
Yeah. So Medicare and Medicaid specifically are incredibly important, and not everyone qualifies for Medicare and Medicaid. That's why there are millions of people within our system that still don't get access to it. That's why I believe in something called Medicare for All. Like, and it's not just Medicare expanded to everyone. It's, mental health, dental, eye care, things that you need, right? In terms of your health, right? Universally, people have access to.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds great, but like I said, I believe in. I agree with the requirements that are put in place for it. And if you can meet those requirements, then you get it. I mean,
if you can meet the requirements, then you get it. And again, you change the requirements to make it so that less people get it is not a good thing, right?
Well, yeah, but it's not like you act like you made the requirements like you guys like you got to go like tomorrow to get it. Like it's not like it's an impossible thing to do.
So you're saying it is for some people to get access to. Plenty of people specifically who are disabled, right, haven't quite yet gotten through the system to qualify for a disability yet, because it takes so long to go through the system, and they would lose access to their things that they need because of it.
Well, I mean, it doesn't go into effect till 2027, and I mean, it's
people at that point, there's still going to be people that are trying to get access to disability that haven't quite yet gotten through the system yet to be able to get access to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be outliers. I agree. I mean, it'll never be perfect. Even with whatever system you proposing, it'll never be perfect. However,
I'm not claiming perfection. I'm claiming that I want a system that is going to be able to provide for everyone.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, I mean, if you got a system that you think could provide for everyone without negative consequences, I mean, I'd be all for it. However,
I never said there was no negative of course there's going to be some negative consequences, but the negative consequences are heavily outweighed by the positive benefits.
What would you consider a negative consequence?
There being a slight increase in wait times.
That'd be the only.
But that's because more people get access to it. That would be one of the only ones. Yeah.
If that'd be the only negative consequence, yeah, I mean, I'd take that. If that was the only negative consequence, I'd take that. However, I don't. I mean, what about funding? I mean, I think that becomes
obviously it would cost money, but it would be cheaper.
You think it'd be cheaper?
Yes.
For who? You think it'd be cheaper for everyday
on average?
You think so?
Yes.
How would it be cheaper to provide medical care for medical insurance for tens of millions of people?
Because it's not for profit.
Well, I mean, I don't like big pharma, so I mean, I'm all for that. I don't want them profiting off nothing. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not an expert or anything. So my main point was really that I just agree with not just the work requirement, because it wasn't a work requirement. I was on Dean's live yesterday, and I like Dean. He's pretty educated on a lot of stuff. But he kept drilling down on the point that Trump put in a work requirement. It wasn't just a work requirement. It was work, school, or volunteer requirement, totaling 80 hours. So, yes, there are people that can't work. But if you can't work, you could volunteer. You could continue your education, stuff like that. Yeah, it's not hard to volunteer. In 80 hours a month is not a lot, in my opinion. But I agree with that. It forces people to not be as dependent on government assistance, which is a good thing.
I do think have to volunteer for 20 hours a week in order to be able to get access to what they need.
So you think they should? So you think they should just get it for free?
Yeah, I think that they should. I believe in universal access to health insurance free at the point of service.
See, I don't agree with that. Well, I mean, I think it sounds good. I think it sounds good.
The reality is that it is good.
Yeah, but people take it. But what they had in place previously sounded good as well. But people took advantage of it.
No, it didn't. People not having systems that like fund it for them to have access to is not good. It's better than the system we had prior, but the system we had prior literally didn't protect people with pre-existing health conditions.
So if the system we had prior wasn't good, then why is it such a big deal that Trump's changing it?
I said prior to the ACA. I was talking about like the ACA. I thought you were referring to the ACA.
No. I'm saying the prior to all the Trump's changes and everything. If that system was so that system people.
What changes did Trump engage in?
Do you mean like all the requirements that he's putting in and stuff like that, and the cutting of
Medicaid and Medicare?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Like if it was so, you said what?
That's just cutting it.
Yeah, but I mean it's not just cutting it. See, I mean, like people use terminology like that. I mean, it's just like fear mongering. You're just saying, "Oh, he's cutting this. He's cutting this." He's not cutting.
I showed you earlier that it was cutting. Like I got you to concede on that earlier.
He's not cutting it. He's putting in requirements that will reduce the amount
of it. Yeah, that's what cutting it is.
Not cut people's access. It will limit the number of people that are on it, because some people won't meet the requirements. People that don't need it won't make the requirements. People that do need it will find a way to make the requirements if they can, and if they can't,
there are people that need it that are not going to get access to it,
and that would be horrible.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm saying, is that you're not reducing it from people who don't need it, you're reducing it from people who do need it. And this idea and this lie that you're reducing it from people that don't need it is something perpetuated by people on the right, historically speaking, to be able to try and justify them cutting people off of it so they can give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. If you want to save money from your systems, right, and that's the goal that you have there, Donald Trump's overall policy adds significantly more to the debt.
I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I mean, if that's true, I mean that's not a good idea. But yeah, I mean, I would if that what you said is true. I wouldn't agree with. I don't want to add debt. I mean, someone's got to pay for it eventually.
Okay. You don't want debt, but someone has to pay for it. Trump adds more debt.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if that's true, I wouldn't. I don't want more debt.
Okay.
But I also don't want people abusing the system, which they have been for years.
The people abusing the system are the rich and wealthy that are constantly getting tax loopholes and tax breaks, and they don't have to do as much for how much they're able to make. You know, that's who's benefiting from the system. That's who's taking advantage of the system, not the people who are getting access to free school lunch and breakfast and Medicaid and, you know, food stamps. So why don't we focus on the people that are actively harming our systems, the rich people that are going through all the tax loopholes and tax breaks that they get literally put into the system because they're able to fund politicians to a significantly greater extent to make them money off of it, right? Or the big fossil fuel companies, right, that are specifically Donald Trump was going to, saying that if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax breaks. That type of corruption is what we need to be going after. That's who's taking advantage of our system, not the people that are relying on the systems in need.
I agree, but I mean, that's been going on for years. Like we want to talk about big picture and the global elites and all their corruption. I mean, that's been going on for years, and I don't think that has anything to do with Trump. I think that's been going on before Trump. That's been going to be going on after Trump. That'd be going on no matter who was in office. There was corruption under Biden's administration. There's corruption under Trump's administration. I mean, that's just politics, and that's the global elite, and that's how they operate. And everybody knows that. Trying to put that on one side or the other is just
but Trump's significantly more corrupt. Can you give me any basis for saying that like there would be more corruption on behalf of the Democrats?
No, I wouldn't say there's more under one or the other. I mean, I think Trump is a lot more corrupt. I think that this administration that we're seeing now is not the same administration we saw in Trump's first term. I think the state of Israel has a big hand in our politics now, bigger than they have previously, which I don't agree with. But
because of Donald Trump and because of like
I don't think it's because of Donald Trump. I think yes. I mean, I think that's a big problem. I do think that's a big problem.
I do think that Donald Trump is more lenient to Israel. Like he's literally said Israel can do what they want. They can do a 1-state, 2-state, whatever. He said he's leaving it up to them.
Yeah. I don't agree with that. But yeah, I do think that that's a big problem. But I don't think it's just a Trump problem. I think we've always.
I never said it was just Trump.
No. I know you didn't say that. I'm just saying that's my opinion. I wouldn't say that this. You're pointing to like one. You're trying to use a problem to justify another problem just because there are people abusing the system on a smaller level. People that are abusing food stamps that don't need it. People that are abusing government assistance that don't need it. You're trying to justify that by saying that the global elite are abusing the system by using tax cuts. You can't point at a bad act.
I'm saying that elites are using it, like elites like Donald Trump are using it to abuse the system to a significantly greater extent than anyone ever could who's in the working class or in the middle class or in the low class of our society.
Completely agree, but I don't see that every day. I don't see I don't see these global elites walking around at the grocery store. I don't see them. You know what I mean? So I know it's a problem. I know it's happening, but I don't see it. It's not in front of me. But when I do see somebody,
it doesn't mean it's not a problem. You agree it's a problem?
No, and I agree. It is definitely a problem, but I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not speaking like for everybody, but for the majority of people, we're not running into global elites every day, so we don't see this. But I do see people pull up in a Mercedes Benz and walk into the store and then go pay with EBT. So like that's a problem. That's a problem that I see.
So if it were people specifically who do not need it, because there can be I'm guessing like a Mercedes Benz that like it's not as expensive or something. But if it was someone who didn't need it and was like pulling up and they don't need it and they're still using it, that's wrong, right? We don't dispute you there. But that's not the majority of people. It's a very small percent. So like cutting people off, right, specifically who don't work, right, the 80 hours in a month isn't going to reduce that from happening.
I think it would incentivize people to go get a job though. People that purposely don't work so that they can receive government assistance.
Yeah, so I don't think that so someone who's purposely not working to receive government assistance is going to be able to drive around an expensive Mercedes Benz. Can you explain to me how they would have been able to get that?
You'd be surprised.
No, explain to me.
What do you mean? Explain to you how they get money?
Yeah, how would they? Okay, so then they're breaking the law.
Yeah, a lot of people do it.
Okay, so then you hold people accountable for breaking the law.
I agree.
You don't incentivize it to exist to a greater extent by voting in a convicted criminal, right?
I think that's also a sham, but
he is a convicted criminal. That's a fact. It's not a sham. It's a fact.
Yeah, he's a convicted. He's definitely a convicted felon, but I mean, convicted on trumped up charges. But
really? What charges were quote unquote trumped up?
Yeah, what they charge him with for paying off the girl? Then he paid off the I don't know if I can say the word on
so
TikTok.
By the way, it wasn't because of the hush money payment.
Yeah,
it was
that
because
one.
of the falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York because of a predicate crime.
That's what I'm saying. They charging him with crimes over paper. People making it seem like he's like some evil guy. He's always a felon, whatever. Dude got charged with paperwork. Like, it's not a big deal.
Wait, okay? So if you say it's not a big deal, that doesn't mean it's not a felony.
No, I mean whether it's a felony or not, I really don't.
Okay,
care.
so is it a big deal when people come to the country undocumented?
Is it a big deal? Yeah, I think it's a big deal.
Okay, so felonies are not a big deal, but coming to the country undocumented for a better life and working here, someone who's never committed a violent crime or bad crime, right? They are so bad for coming to the country undocumented for committing a misdemeanor.
No, I don't think they are bad. I think what they're doing is bad. I think it creates an issue. I don't think they're bad people. If somebody's undocumented, but then they're coming here for a better life, like I understand it. I get it. If I was in their shoes, I'd probably do the same thing. I'm not knocking them as a person.
Does it create an issue with someone like Donald Trump doing that?
I don't condone anyone breaking the law. However, I think there are levels to crime. I think that the crimes that he was convicted of aren't a serious crime, in my opinion. I think there are levels to it. Violent crime would be held at a higher level than a crime for falsifying business records. I don't really care about that.
Yeah. So you say that you don't care about it. But it is the case that you do care about the misdemeanor. I don't think Can you tell me one way in which someone coming to the country undocumented who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime is harming the system?
Because we need to know who's in our country.
You need to know who's in our country. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you don't have to deport them in order to be able to figure out who they are.
Well, the people have to be vetted. These people are coming in and they're using government assistance. They're taking funding.
No,
it's costing billions.
They don't even qualify for government assistance if they're in the country undocumented. Secondly, if you want to talk about
we're housing them. We're housing them.
No, we're not. Undocumented immigrants? No, we're not.
Yeah, I mean, 59 million in New York City alone.
So you're talking about asylum seekers. Asylum seekers are legal immigrants. Secondly, if you want to talk about a vetting process, then provide a pathway to citizenship and a vetting process for those who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime who are already in the country undocumented. What benefit would you get specifically for deporting them? And also, wait, 59 million? I didn't even fucking hear that. Where'd you get 59 million? Jesus Christ.
Look it up.
In New York City. There's not even 59 million people in New York City.
Look it up.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Look it up.
Look it up.
What are you talking about? Where?
59 million people in New York City alone. Just look at the spreadsheet of USAID funding. Spreadsheet of funding from USAID in 2024, I believe it was. There's a spreadsheet that tells you all their funding.
Stop. There are not even 59 million people in New York City.
It can tell you the exact dates.
There aren't even 59 million people in New York. Okay? There aren't even 59 million people in New York. Okay? What are you talking about?
What's your point?
You said there's 59 million people in New York City.
No, I said $59 million on that were spent on housing illegals or undocumented immigrants, I should say.
Okay. $59 million funding housing for asylum seekers. that are going through the legal process of migration.
No, hold on. So there's there is a path.
You did say 59 million people. I just want to let you
know. I said 59. I said 59 million in New York City alone. I said that we're spending money on housing them. You said they don't qualify for government assistance.
Yeah.
And well, it was a miscommunication.
I just want to let you know the clip that you'll see on Instagram and on YouTube later that millions of people will see definitely will show that you said 59 million people. Lori, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Lori. I really appreciate it. Super, thank you so much for the $2. Robin with the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Robin. Ben, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Thank you. Federal, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said that I'm responsible for the political hate and division. How, bro? What are you talking about? Mine, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. And for the $5 again, I really appreciate it. Sage with the $2. Thank you. Philip with the $2. Thank you. Mary Poppins with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seth, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Skin, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Sophie with the $5. Thank you. Terry, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Darsel with the $5. Really appreciate it. Al, thank you for the $50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They asked, and I think it's for the guest, is how do you feel about Trump's threat to annex Canada?
I don't know. I feel like if Canada want to become part of the U.S., then they become part of the U.S. If they don't, then they don't. I mean, I don't really feel one way or another. I think if it's something that both parties want, then make it happen. If it's something that both parties don't want, it won't happen. It looks like there's a bunch of Canadians in the chat.
By the way, Canada does not want this. Okay, so Trump has threatened to annex them. Do you think that's okay?
No, I guess not. I mean, but like my thing is like it's not gonna happen. So it's like, does it really matter what he say?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does matter.
And it's not gonna happen because we should push back to it. So, and by the way, it's still at a threat. Donald Trump still will try to do it, but like it's not legal for him to do it. But I mean, when has that stopped him in other circumstances? So there are real issues with it. Aku, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Lord, thank you so much for the $10 for the donation from the DNC. Thank you so much. Carolina, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's just something that would be so bad insofar as that like it would make sense to like deport them. So. I wouldn't be able to provide every single example, but like, for example, there'd be forms of robbery that specifically would be so bad insofar as that like someone should be deported, even though it might not involve, or fraud or something like that. That would involve violence. Sadie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sadie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For when did crime suddenly become not a big deal? I know, right? Glampire, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I actually was going to ask about this. You know, I was actually going to ask about this, so thank you for reminding me about that. Kayla, thank you for the $2. And then Narcisa, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. Kira, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Rebecca with the $4.20. Christopher with the $5. Thank you so much, Christopher. Kennedy with the $5. Thank you. Jackie with the $10. Rachel, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Rachel. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hector with the $5. Thank you. Hayes, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for all the gifters. I really appreciate it. They wanted to ask about this. I have a question. Are you Antifa?
Am I Antifa?
Yeah.
No, I'm not no Antifa.
So you're pro-fascism?
What's the Antifa? I don't even know what Antifa is. I heard Antifa on social media. They show like people breaking windows while they're looting. They be like, oh, that's Antifa.
So Antifa just means anti-fascist. So technically in World War II, when we were fighting the Nazis, we were Antifa. And now Donald Trump has categorized Antifa, which is not even an organization, it's just a ideology of being anti-fascist, as a domestic terrorist group in the United States. So if people who are anti-fascist are a domestic terrorist group, who would consider Antifa, people who are anti-fascist, a domestic terrorist group? Probably fascists, right?
Yeah, I'm Antifa then, I guess.
Wait, so then
by definition, if Antifa by definition means anti-fascist, I'm Antifa.
I totally agree with you. I'm Antifa too, but the Trump administration is calling us domestic terrorists.
Damn, that stinks. Cause I took an oath to defend against domestic terrorism.
Yeah. So then, are you still going to be Antifa? Yes, right. Because the actual terrorists would be the fascists in government, not the people who are anti the terrorism in our government, right? So
yeah, for sure. Wait, hold on, real quick. Just because I just said that I took an oath, I just want to also state that obviously, I'm sure people looked at my profile. My opinions and my opinions are not the opinion of the Department of War or the Department of the Navy, by the way.
Of course, that's an important thing to say. So again, the point would be is that we are Antifa, right? Not in terms of there's a community of people or anything. It's just that we are against fascism. That's all it means. And Donald Trump, to categorize it as like a domestic terrorist organization is crazy, right? And I think that's a huge threat on our freedoms and on our rights. If he were to categorize something such as a basic thing, something that we've done in World War II as domestic terrorism.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, now that's crazy. I ain't no Antifa man, anti-fascist, but we don't like fascists. So,
yeah, and like also like them trying to say that Antifa are like people rioting and looting is also crazy because like I'm Antifa, what am I doing? I'm on TikTok live debating people, right?
So what you do is important. I respect what you do. I like what you do, even though I might not agree with you on everything. I think what you do is important.
Yeah, so like there's nonviolent political resistance, particularly within the context of the ideology of people who are Antifa, right? Which is exactly what I'm engaging in right now. So like the idea that they're associating it with rioting and looting is something that they're trying to use to act like it's an issue or act like it's a problem or act like people are violent specifically for being anti-fascist.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to look into that. That's crazy. But yeah, no, I want to go back to the immigration thing. So you don't agree with deportation?
No, I don't. I don't agree with deportation for people who have not committed a violent crime or a bad crime. But people who have committed violent crimes. What's a bad crime? Yeah, a crime so bad insofar as that someone should be deported. So
that's like circular logic.
Yeah, it's circumstantial to whatever your position is. Like for example, identity theft. Identity theft would be so bad insofar as that, like, if someone used identity theft in order to be able to like steal something or to like be able to do something bad, right? Maybe it didn't include violence, but it would still be bad enough insofar as that someone should be deported, right? In certain connotations of identity theft, right?
Did you support Obama's deportation?
No, I actually disagree with Obama's position in terms of deporting anyone who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, right? Who's in the country undocumented. But I heavily agree with Obama's position more than Trump's position because Trump is undermining people's due process rights, which is granted by the 14th Amendment to everyone who's in the country.
So did Obama though.
Obama did not violate due process rights.
Yes, he did. Obama used the rocket docket process. Actually there was a lawsuit from the ACLU.
You're talking about expedited removal.
Yeah, the ACLU
it still had a court process. So if you're going to say that there's 70%, if you're going to say that there's this, so it is due process. But if you're saying that you want more due process than that, that's fair. But like,
well, no, there was a lawsuit. There was a lawsuit that the ACLU said that a high percentage of the 3 million people that were deported with either without any type of legal representation or without seeing a judge. The numbers were projected around 70% of cases of people that were detained close, or that what it said was close by the border. I don't know who's determining what's close and what's not, but people that were detained close by the border, up to 70% of them were deported without due process, without any type of legal representation or seeing a judge. There was actually a lawsuit on it from the ACLU.
For sure. I'll look into that, and I would definitely like to call that out if that's true. To my knowledge, it is the case that there's a greater level of due process that was granted under the context of the Obama administration, but I would acknowledge any underlying basis of due process that was not upheld.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with violating the Constitution. I do support deportation. However, I do believe that the country was founded on the Constitution. The Constitution says that all persons
hold on.
right to due process.
So the ACLU put a thing out on this saying, when remove family individuals from this country permanently severing from their here actually I won't read the whole thing. I'll read to the bottom. It says fairness and individualized due process must be restored to the system. Expedited removal should be limited to cases where individuals are apprehended at ports of entry or land borders. All individuals must be screened to determine whether they are eligible for immigration relief or prosecutorial discretion, especially if they have U.S.-based families or have lived in the U.S. for a substantial period of time. Individuals without a lawyer should be advised of their rights by a judge before agreeing to stipulated removal. So it's okay. So really, all it's claiming here is the level of due process, right?
Mm-hmm.
So again, that's not claiming that like there is no level of due process. It's claiming that there is not a standard of due process met that they would argue for, which I would agree with. The deportation system was a fast track streamlined removal system that involved processes that would not go to the extent of due process they wanted, but did provide some aspect of due process of going in front of a judge. It's at least what I see. Now I would have to keep going, but
yeah, no, definitely look into it. That's what I was reading up on the other day. Was saying something along the lines that I know I read something about the lawsuit. They said it was like Obama deported like 3 million people over his tenure. Trump's only at about 300,000 right now. So for there to be as big of an uproar on his deportation policy when there was none on Obama's.
I don't know if there's been only 3,000, and it's also again to a greater extent they're violating due process rights.
Yeah, I think that's more of the issue than the number of people being deported. But,
yeah, that's exactly what people have said.
Yeah, 8 years versus now in 6 months. Yeah, I think. That's what they're saying in the chat. Is comparing the timelines, but
Obama versus 8 months. That's only 10%. So if it's 300,000 so far versus 3 million, is it the same trend?
Yeah, but
if he's doing less due process, that means the same amount of people were deported. Just less people had due process rights.
Yeah, but the time. Yeah, he might have been deported that many in the first few months, but that's because it was very heavily saturated based on the amount of people that were crossing the border during the previous administration. The number's obviously going to go down. A lot of people self-deported. I think they projected about like 1.6 million people self-deported. Basically just left the country on their own because they didn't want to get deported. So the number would obviously go down. It'd be statistically unlikely that they maintain that number throughout the rest of his administration or his time in office.
Yeah, so that would be definitely something that we'd have to see after the fact.
Yeah, for sure.
Lag. Am I lagging?
You're not online.
Why is it buffering? I'm so confused. What? No? Why is it just happening on YouTube? Is it good now? Okay, sorry everyone. It wasn't lagging on TikTok, but it was lagging on YouTube. That's so weird. That's never happened before. All right, everyone on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, by the way, everyone. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I think we have another hour and 20 minutes or so left on the stream, everyone. Just letting everyone know. But yeah, continue what we were saying.
No, I was just saying that. What are your thoughts on the alligator Alcatraz?
Yeah, I definitely think it's bad.
What do you think's bad about it?
This is definitely a little bit of a distinction than what we were talking about.
Yeah,
the conditions that existed at the camp were horrible for the people that existed there. They definitely were violating people's due process rights. There were claims of people that were there that they were U.S. citizens.
So you think it's
missing
bad
too? Did you hear that people are missing?
No, yeah, I did. I read the headline that said people were missing, but if you look into it, people aren't missing. There's definitely clerical errors. Alligator Alcatraz is a state-run facility, and a lot of the what do you call it? Like programs and databases that are being tracked federally, they might not be getting the same data that are being tracked on the state level. So when federal agencies are looking at it, they might not see stuff that they can see at the state level. And that was
1,200 errors. That's a lot of errors. I think that's so many. I think that would be so many errors that it is definitely suspicious, and it definitely,
I would agree if that was true.
Requires an investigation.
I would agree if that was true. However, it's just not
immediately.
True.
Right? It is true.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree immediately. I would agree if that was true. But the thing is that if you read more into it, you'll see that there was people's locations aren't being shown while they're in transportation from one facility to another. So when there's no location on that particular detainee, it's showing they're counting that as someone that's missing just because there's not showing a location. If you just look up any, you can look on anyone. You can even look on the left wing, more left leaning medias. It'll still tell you in there. I looked at it on CNN. Which is obviously a left leaning media. I've looked on it on multiple medias. There's no. It's not showing the location of. They're counting that into the statistic of how many people are missing when it's not showing their location while they're being transported from one facility to another. And then also the disparity between programs and databases that are ran on the state level and federal level. There's disparities between those that are also being factored into people that are missing. They're saying 1,800 people are missing. It's just false.
Can you just provide an actual source and just claim instead of just claiming? Like, what's the title?
Search it. What was it? 1,800 people missing.
I can talk to someone else in the meantime while you want to do that. I'll just mute you. Just unmute whenever you're ready and just let me know. I'll add someone else up in the meantime. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Everyone here on TikTok. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody, and in the pinned comment on my YouTube. If you're on YouTube here, hit the like button. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I would really, really, really appreciate it, everyone. I would really appreciate it. Anna, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much. Hector, thank you for the $5. Absolutely. Charles, thank you for the $1. I'm actually not quite sure. Sarah, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Sarah. Kathleen, thank you for the $10. Hannah, thank you for the $1. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as, again, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone.
Hey, Parker, I got something pulled up right here. It's saying that it was about 800 of them that had no records when they matched the detainees roster to the ICE's online locator system. There's about 800 of them that had no record, and roughly 450 of them that had call ICE for details listed. So they're saying that they're missing when they're not missing. It just says call ICE for details. So that's being factored in there as well. So the numbers are just inflated.
Wait, what's your title?
This is on democracynow.org.
What's the title?
The title of the article?
Article, yes.
Yeah, it's titled, "Where Are the Detainees? Hundreds of Alligator Alcatraz prisoners disappear from ICE databases." That's on Democracy Now. The Miami Herald has something similar. I think the Miami Herald's the one that I read previously.
And wait, what is it? What was this source? Democracy Now?
Yes. No, I got the Miami Herald one pulled up now, though.
Alrighty, Democracy Now. Hundreds of people, it says, have disappeared. Democracy Now speaks with the Miami Herald reporter who found that at late August, about 2/3 of the 1,800 immigrants who were held there have gone missing from ICE's online database, with their families and attorneys unable to locate them. Earlier this month, the federal appeals court ruled the jail could continue to operate despite the reports of abuse. This is what we're seeing is a new model of immigration where state-run facility is operating an extrajudicial black site completely outside of the previous models of immigration detention in this country, and is making what's already a terrible system somehow even worse, says Thomas Kennedy, a policy analyst at the Florida Immigration Coalition. That's what your own source says. Where's your source saying your point?
Which one are you on now? You on the Democracy Now one?
Yeah, I'm on Democracy Now. It says that they have gone missing and that their families and attorneys are unable to locate them.
Yeah, it said that there was one guy that they couldn't figure out where he was at for more than a week. But if you continue reading, it says that about 400 and something of them had listed call ICE for details.
Here we go. Okay, here's the conversation. It's a transcript of a conversation. Hundreds of people who were detained are the ones troubled, dubbed, have been disappeared. It's just a conversation between them and Trump. I think Florida's done a great job by building it, and whether yeah, this is just a transcript. Can you provide me like a source instead of just a transcript?
It was when Shirsho Desgupta.
Yeah, it's the Miami Herald reporter. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's the one that said it. That roughly 450 of them had call ICE for details on their
yeah, and did they get a response
on the online locator system?
And did they get a response?
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say whether they did or not. It just says that
okay, so then your source doesn't provide any actual claim that they're quote unquote not missing. You making the claim that they're quote unquote not missing, and you didn't even read. Wait, I'll give you time to go read the source, but you.
But it doesn't prove that they are missing. But it doesn't prove that they are missing. It says that
wait. I said it needs to be investigated, and that they are missing. We can't identify them. That's what I'm saying. Now you can try to say like, oh, well, we don't know if like what's happened to them. But, right, it doesn't necessarily indicate anything nefarious or something like that. But then we do an investigation, right?
Yeah, it did. But that's what I'm saying. But the headline makes it seem like something nefarious happened. But it says call ICE for details. And then it just says that it's a pretty vague notion and that they spoke to the attorneys.
2/3 of the detainees. You don't just mistake 2/3 of the detainees.
But it's not a mistake. It just says call ICE for details. It doesn't say that they don't know where they are. It just says call ICE for details.
So
it doesn't
says,
say whether.
So they claimed. So my former colleague Anna obtained 2 rosters of Alligator Alcatraz detainees in July, and those rosters accounted for a total of a little more than 1,800 men who were held at the facility. After a month, around end of August, when the facility was winding down its operations, we matched the detainees in the rosters to ICE's online locator system, and we found that around 800 of them have no records, and roughly 450 of them had a result called call ICE for details, which is a pretty vague notation. We spoke to attorneys who said that the notation can mean anything. It could mean that someone is being processed for intake into a facility. It could mean that someone is being transferred from one site to another, or it could mean that the person is about to be deported. So they don't know.
Yeah. But it doesn't mean that they're missing.
So no, it's just we don't know what's happening to them. So that's what we're saying.
Yes, but that's based off of ICE's database, which is
so
one
800 had no records, bro. Like I'm sorry.
Yeah, on the federal
they're just
level,
claiming explanations that it could be. They're still missing. Push the galaxy.
Yeah,
thank you.
But they're not
just
missing.
You're just saying what the explanations could be. Well, yes, it is because it's not clarified.
But that's what I'm saying. But they're comparing a roster given to them by a state-run facility to a federal database. So that's what I'm saying is the point. Like they're saying that they're missing because there's a lapse in data from the state facility to a federal database, which I'm not saying is good, but it doesn't mean that these people are missing.
So someone asked, can you tell us whether or not someone has contacted ICE to figure out what's happened with those detainees? They said, yes, we've spoke to an attorney and the family members of a person who was held at Alligator Alcatraz. His name is Michael Borrego Fernandez, and he was at the site for around a month. And in early August, he was shifted to Chrome Detention Center in Miami, which is a federal detention center, unlike Alligator Alcatraz. Then around Labor Day, his family realized that he has been sent to a federal detention facility in San Diego County in California, and they got his information through the online locator system. But he stopped calling them, and when his lawyer tried to contact him in the California facility, the staffers there kept telling him that we don't have anyone by that name, you should call ICE. And then the lawyer went to ICE, and ICE would just refer him back to the California site. And this went on for around a week until they finally heard from him. But by that point, he'd already been deported to Mexico.
Yeah, I mean...
So again, they are missing, and their family can't identify where they are. So that's definitely an issue with how the system is operating right now. So You could say that it could be that they have been deported, but they're still missing.
I'm not saying that there isn't an issue, but there's definitely not the 1,200 people missing, 1,800 people missing. That's just not true.
No, there's 1,200 people missing, and missing means missing. It's just we haven't identified them where they are. That's literally what missing means.
They might not be identified on the ICE's database, but that doesn't mean that they're actually missing. That doesn't mean the state facility doesn't know where they are. That just means the ICE's locator website.
Well, then when they call, why do they keep rerouting them?
No, that's one person.
It's not one dude. Like, that is a person, their attorney, and that is an explanation of what's happening for other people. There are people that specifically have done that and have looked into to find out where their family members are. I'm sorry. Well, can you define missing?
No, I mean, you have the right definition of missing for sure. I'm just saying that that's not the case for 1,200 people.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
Think that's pretty much it.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Appreciate you, man. You have a good day.
You as well. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request. Meet that set of criteria on the screen, everybody. All right. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description in the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007, June 1st.
For sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump, for sure.
Why so?
Because, well, hold on, it's hard to explain. I didn't expect to get up here. Just give me a moment. It's not so much a comment on Kamala Harris, because I do support Kamala Harris too, but at the end of the day, Donald Trump just has more of the appealing factors, I guess.
Such as?
Hold on. Sorry, I didn't expect to get up here. Just give me a second. Okay, my bad. I gotta go. Sorry. I didn't mean to really join like this. My bad.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone's trying to get to 3,000 likes, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
For sure. Why so?
Because that's who I voted for and that's who I support. Whoever is my president, as a United States citizen, whether I agree or disagree with the president's views, I have to respect my country and my home, and he is the sitting president.
Okay, so you're saying just because he's a sitting president, you got to support him?
Absolutely. I mean, you don't disrespect your home, do you? I mean, this is my home. I can't disrespect my home.
Did you support Biden?
I respected my president. I don't change my respect for a sitting president despite my views. I believe that you have to respect your home.
So you did support and respect Biden, right?
Of course, every sitting president, as long as I've been alive, that's how I was raised, to respect my home.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, so that's kind of like the point I would ask about. And are you driving, by the way?
Yeah, I'm just about to stop. I've been waiting quite a while to get up on your live.
Okay, can you hop back in the box, because I can't have you up while you are driving. So please, you just hop in the box. I will look for you. So whenever I see you in the box, I will add you up. But I can't have you up as long as you are, still driving. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20. How you doing?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Yeah, what's your birth year?
January 26, 2005.
Okay, for sure. And you said you're how old again?
20.
Okay. So if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I voted for Trump.
Okay. If you could go back in time, would you still vote for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Mainly the immigration policies.
Okay. Which immigration policies?
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you believe mass amnesty is the way to do it?
Yeah, I believe in mass amnesty.
So why didn't it work with Reagan? Why did it just lead to like 3 million more undocumented immigrants within like 10, 15 years?
I think the mass amnesty under Reagan was one of like Reagan's only good policies.
It didn't work.
Mass amnesty under Reagan was great.
No, it didn't. It literally led to more undocumented immigrants. It doesn't even lead to more people getting better legal immigration.
That was like one of Reagan's only good policies, and that was really good. And there are a bunch of people who are living in this country today because of that.
It led to more immigrants coming over undocumented.
Like, for example, my girlfriend's parents are in this country because of it. You know that, right?
So how does that mean it's a good thing? So we should just let everybody come in and let them. No other country does that. Tell me what country does that?
Yeah, if you haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, you should be able to come to this country through a quick process.
Even targeted amnesty still promoted everybody to come over, not just good people.
Wait, restate that, sorry?
Even targeted amnesty like the Haitian Act, where they granted Haitians to come here with amnesty, it still led to more people coming.
That's not what led to more people coming through the process undocumented. That was specifically in the context of asylum. So I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have an issue with the asylum process? That's a legal process for immigration.
No, I'm just citing other.
You cut out. Hello?
Sorry, I went out there. I was just citing other amnesty acts that still led to more immigration.
Okay, well,
like the Chinese student protection
I don't have an issue
act.
with I want there to be more immigration.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me ask. Do you want open borders?
You have to couple.
You know why the IRCA didn't work because
hold up. You have to couple mass amnesty with there being a quicker immigration process, and that will incentivize more people to go through the process legally.
All right. Well, so the IRCA did obviously create new legal immigrants, but it didn't create like new channels for future immigrants or low-skilled workers.
Wait, what do you mean? Say that again? It didn't create channels for wait, I'm so confused what you're talking about.
It did not create a new legal immigration channel. They're still coming over undocumented. That's not what we want, do we? Do we want them to just come over undocumented and then apply for mass amnesty? You want that?
No, I want to couple the process, particularly of mass amnesty, along with there being a process
But why didn't it work? Because we don't have strong borders.
Can you repeat to me what I just said? If you can't, I'm going to kick you from the stream. Okay? Because this is ridiculous. Why are you cutting me off and not listening to what I'm saying after you didn't just hear what I said?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, you want to couple a mass amnesty with having a faster legal process for immigration so you can incentivize people to go through said legal process.
But did they do that with the IRCA?
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. What is that?
Did they couple those things? Did they
What
make
is that?
it
What is
quicker?
that? What is the IRCA?
The act that Reagan, the fucking policy that Reagan enacted.
Okay, I wasn't sure what the name was. Why the fuck do you keep bringing that up? I never said that Reagan
because
did that.
that's
I said
the first mass amnesty law that there was.
So that doesn't mean I agree with every mass amnesty law solely that we should do that today and not couple it with anything else.
Okay, so what's the plan for the Democrats? What's their mass amnesty plan?
I told you what I wanted to do.
Okay, what person on your side agrees with that?
I don't think anyone specifically on my side, except for other people who are in the just Democratic voters, agree specifically with my position.
That's my point. Every Democratic person has done amnesty laws, and they just haven't worked because they haven't done it right.
No, not every single one does amnesty laws. I would argue right now they're not really advocating for much amnesty laws.
I think the last one was 2013. Was that Obama?
I would have to look back, but you're talking about DACA? Is that what you're trying to say?
I think that I'm not sure which one it was. I just know that's the last major amnesty law was in 2013.
Yeah. Do you like DACA?
I'm not caught up with it.
You don't know? You don't know whether or not you like DACA?
I'm not caught up with it. I mean, I remember there being a big thing in 2016 about it. All I remember is David Dobrik threatened to get deported or some shit.
Okay, dude, I swear, what is this conversation we're having right now, dude?
I disagree with mass immigration. You agree with it? Because it's demeaning low-skilled American workers. 50% of Americans don't have a college education. Oh, your excuse is we don't want to do those
It's over
jobs?
50%. Only 32% have college degrees. Now, it's not making it worse off for people who don't. There's no evidence that immigration at a higher scale would lead to lower wages. No evidence.
Yeah, there is.
Would you like to provide me a single source saying that?
I got you. That mass immigration leads to lower wages for unskilled Americans?
That leads to lower wages overall, yeah.
Lower wages. It does. Mass immigration leads to lower wages. Okay, I'll get it for you right
now. In the meantime, while he looks up this source, I'm going to say thank you to a few people. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Marcia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the Marsha, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Al, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Should Canada ban immigrants to enter Canada, including U.S. citizens? I don't know what they would say on that. I don't believe they should. Narcisa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Feisty with the $2. Thank you. Compass, thank you so much for the $5. Feisty with another $2. Thank you. D, thank you so much for the $2. Fuzzy, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. D again with the $10 and with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Narcisa. Thank you for the $20. Thank you. As well as Darling, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Paloma, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Bailey with the $2. Jennifer with the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Robin with the $100 on PayPal. Robin, thank you so much. Give some W's for Robin in the comment section right now for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. W's for Robin in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you.
I have my source when you're ready.
What is it?
All right, mass immigration, especially of undocumented low-skilled workers, floods the market. Uneducated Americans compete directly with these Americans. Source was Pew Research Center.
Yeah, what's the title?
I'm not sure. You can look for it.
What do you mean? I'm not sure you can look for it. Tell me the title of the fucking article you're looking at.
I have to go to it. It's
Okay.
just this is the overview of the article.
Yeah. So an
All right,
AI overview. Would you like?
and
Would
then-
you ask ChatGPT?
So do you don't agree that you don't agree that low skill Americans are competing with undocumented immigrants?
Did you ask ChatGPT?
No.
What'd you ask?
I'm on Google and I went to a source.
No, you looked at the overview on the AI, right?
Okay.
what
Everybody
is the
is using
title of the
AI.
Pew
I don't
Research?
care. Yeah, I did
What
use
is the
AI.
title of the
Do you
Pew Research
disagree
article?
Do you disagree with the AI though?
Can you just
all the time?
AI
you
does
use
not,
it all the time, Parker.
I don't. AI does not use
Yeah.
AI does not use legitimate sources and plenty of context, or it doesn't accurately show you specifically what the context of it is.
I've
And plenty
looked
of
this
people
up many
misunderstand.
times. There's-
Listen. Please listen. Okay? Like, I'm trying to explain something that makes sense, and you're not trying to engage with it. Okay? Tell me the title, or I'm going to kick you off and go to the next person.
You're just mad that you're losing the debate, but I'll tell you the title.
It says the one who can't give me a title and told me the AI fucking overview. You're wasting
Does
my
it
time,
fucking
bro.
matter? It's right, even if I did.
No, it's in. Go provide me an actual source.
All right, here we go. All right, here's one from Penn Wharton, University of Pennsylvania. The title, here's the summary.
Now it's a new source, chat. Now it's a new source.
Mass deportation of unauthorized immigrants, fiscal and economic effects is the title by
Mass deportation of what?
University of Pennsylvania. Mass deportation of unauthorized immigrants, fiscal and economic effects.
Let's watch this. Alrighty. So we estimate that permanent deportation will cost them an extra $900 billion.
Read the go to the what? Let me see the article.
Summary. It is well known that mass deportation reduces aggregate economic variables like GDP.
How do you know you're on the right article?
I'm on Penn Wharton. The title is Mass Deportation of Unauthorized Immigrants,
What
Fiscal
does
and
the summary
Economic
of the
Effects.
article say? What is the summary?
The first thing you can look at says it is well known that mass deportation reduces aggregate economic variables like GDP due to scale effects. We project that deportation also reduces wages of high skilled workers. Bro.
Hold on. Dude, how can you argue that? How can you argue that more competition doesn't lead to lower wage?
Where the J goes, only.
All right, where's your source that more competition doesn't lead to lower wage?
So what you're assuming is that there is just more competition, that there's not more demand. Also, do you think this is true with legal immigration?
But they can
Hold on.
both be
I have a
true.
question. Do you think that there's a negative economic impact in terms of wages through the context of legal immigration?
But they're still coming over undocumented. We should make a stream so they can come over legally instead of just coming over and like, oh, if I come over, I'll be legal through mass amnesty.
You're not understanding. So if there is legal immigration, right? Does the same thing happen? Like, do you think that wages decline?
No, because
So then how about you provide mass amnesty?
We still shouldn't let that many people in.
If you're saying that this bad economic impact comes from undocumented immigration, but a positive economic impact comes from legal immigration, so if you provide mass amnesty, it should have a positive impact economically speaking, right?
No, because there's too many people here. I don't even think we should let that many people in.
There's too many people? No, there's not. We actually are going to have a reducing population by 2050 according to the Congressional Budget Office because
we're not having babies.
Yes, exactly.
And even the immigrants that come here stop having babies.
So immigration is a superpower and will allow for us to increase our population size, therefore leading to increases in tax revenues, which allow for us to pay for Social Security and Medicare.
No, because the immigrants that are coming here are also significantly dropping in birth rate.
Yeah, so you say that they're immigrants are not dropping the birth rate. That's not true.
No, we're dropping in birth rate, but when new immigrants get here from places where the birth rate isn't dropping, right, their birth rate starts to decline as well.
So their birth rate would go similar to what the natural-born U.S. citizen birth rate is,
which is declining significantly.
Wait, so if it's the same as natural-born U.S. citizens, then I'm confused what the issue is. It's still increasing the population size to have more people who are in the country who are immigrants.
It's still a bad thing that our birth rate is falling.
I thought we were overpopulated.
I don't care. It's still a bad thing. I want to progress in life.
If we're overpopulated, wouldn't you want less children?
We're overpopulated with unskilled people.
Including yourself?
No, definitely not including myself.
MAGA, yeah, we are overpopulated with MAGA.
I'm not MAGA, by the way.
We are overpopulated by MAGA. Immigrants are not the issue. MAGA is.
You wouldn't let me on if I said I'm pro-Trump. Unless I said I'm pro-Trump.
Are you
Unless
actually
I said I'm pro-Trump. I mean, I voted for him, yeah. But I mean,
so
I don't like Israel.
No shit.
I don't like Israel.
No shit, I wouldn't let you on the live if you don't disagree with the topic. Wow, dude. Thank you for letting everyone know that. Thank you so much.
You think get a job, Parker? Like, shut the hell up.
What's a job,
You're the one over here insinuating
dude, what's a job?
Nick Fuentes wait. Hold up.
What's a job? What's a job, buddy?
It's not what you're doing.
Can you tell me what a job is? Define it.
Going to work every day.
I'm currently at work right now. I go to work every day. So what's a job?
You're just rage baiting people that you think you're smarter.
I'm sorry that I make you mad when I prove you wrong. I'm sorry that it's considered rage baiting to you to prove people wrong that agree with you.
Groyper killed ICE detainees.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, you did. You said it was probably a Groyper.
No,
I said that you have Nick's dick in your mouth, dude.
What are you? This is you rage baiting. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you like Nick Fuentes? He's literally a white supremacist.
I just think you have his dick in your mouth because you're a grifter.
That makes no sense at all. That was just rage bait. That was a rage bait comment.
Everybody's talking about him, then you talk about him. Why? For attention.
I didn't. You just brought him up.
I brought him up because earlier you said it was probably a Groyper or a right extremist that shot.
I never said probably. I said that it could have been because they were claiming that they were on the left.
Somebody recorded it.
Yes, it's on YouTube. You can go watch it back later. I know you will. Thank you for giving me the money while watching the YouTube videos. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the grift, Alex. I really appreciate it.
Do you think we should
Alex, how does it feel that you're supporting the grift? Sray, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Sray. I really appreciate it. Thank you for listening. It makes my hectic day go faster. Thank you so much. E with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tyrell, thank you so much for $5. Really appreciate it. Alicia, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the grift, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Where'd you go to college?
I'm not telling you. Fruit, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. For caller can't even troll efficiently. I know, right? He's literally trying to rage bait and he's doing horribly. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Haru, thank you so much. Really appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you.
And thank you.
Yo, what's up? Welcome back.
Hi, I started driving again.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, just make sure whenever you're done driving to send a guest request. I'll continue to look for you. Silent, thank you so much for the $20. I actually will once I get a guest up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hear me?
How old are you?
I'm like 32. I don't know. I have kids.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yup.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
I would still vote for Donald Trump.
Why so?
Well, because I just think that his opinions are very good, and that I'm very supportive of like removing undocumented immigrants from the country because they like infect the entire country, and they also are like half the crime rates of the entire country.
Okay, so getting rid of the undocumented immigrants does not reduce crime in this country. It actually increases crime because undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime than natural-born U.S. citizens.
No, from Wikipedia, I've seen that undocumented immigrants cause all of the drunk driving and...
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Let's go to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen here on TikTok. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen.
Chicken and fries.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Put the chicken in a sandwich.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man?
How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
For sure. Let me say thank you to a few people, and then we can go on with our conversation. Can we get some W's right now for Max in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo?
I just have seen a lot of weaponization of the government towards him.
Also,
well, and when I say the government, it's really hard to just pin it just directly on the feds, right? So what I'm meaning by this is that of the mindset of like what they call the left, right? They were wanting to impeach Trump from the start.
Good.
And it just seemed to me like it was a targeted thing towards him.
I mean, yeah, when you do something to be impeached, you get targeted to be impeached. That's what happened to Nixon.
Right, but I don't think that he was doing anything to warrant that, personally.
Really? Inciting a violent insurrection of the Capitol?
No, I'm talking about prior to that. I'm talking about way prior to that.
The investigation
I'm talking about
the Trump administration's collusion with Russia, which was so the investigation of the Russia collusion, right? That specifically indicated that members of Trump's administration did collude with Russia, but it was not indicated that Trump himself specifically colluded with Russia.
Right. So where was that proven? Because from all the trials and all the stuff that I saw, they weren't necessarily like charged with like espionage and stuff like that from what I saw.
So
they were charged with like money laundering and a whole bunch of other stuff. Like they were doing crimes. Like it's not like they were like clean people, but I didn't see them being charged with espionage.
So yeah, should they have been more harshly like charged? Yeah.
Well, well, the thing is like in order to charge someone with like a specific crime, shouldn't they have the crime?
What do you mean?
Well, like espionage, like collusion, right? That was what they were charging them with, like collusion and all that, and a whole bunch of other stuff, like more specifically collusion. But I when it all was all said and done, like they were wanting to sit on their hands and say that, oh, we can't charge a sitting president, even though there's impeachment. Like, it's just such a lame argument, in my opinion. Like, if you can't charge a sitting president, what's the point of impeachment? And when it was all said and done, like, the Mueller report was proven to be bunk. Like,
no, it wasn't proven to be bunk. It wasn't proven to be nothing. They did indicate that there was like interference on behalf of Russia in the 2016 election.
Right, with their social media accounts and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Like there's like some kind of social media accounts that they were using, which I honestly personally do not think that heavily affected the outcome of the 16 election. I don't think that.
No one's saying it affected it so much, but it was something to investigate. Like, I don't think that there's an issue with
certainly.
So by the way, so you're saying only investigations would prove that it's like Russia, and it's just like going to be some quote unquote fake thing against them. If it is proven in the context of a court system, would you accept it?
Well, if it was proven in the context of the court system that they did espionage and stuff like that, then yeah, it would be a lot easier for me to accept. If it was proven in the context
of a court system that that he was like held civilly liable of sexual abuse and that he like literally was convicted of 34 felonies, in that connotation, would you accept those?
Right. I personally, like, just in my personal opinion, it just seemed like more weaponization. It just was in march step with the weaponization that was going on with him. It just didn't seem like they let up on him at all.
So whether or not they're convicted, you won't accept it even. So it doesn't even matter if they're convicted.
So can you explain to me how you can be held civilly liable for a criminal thing? How is that possible?
Wait, sexual abuse isn't only in the context of criminal cases.
Right.
It's in the context of a civil case here because it was past the statute of limitations in New York, which this is applicable to thousands of different cases in New York where people literally after the statute of limitations were able to hold their abusers accountable in a civil court, but not a criminal court, which I think it should have been allowed that he'd be held accountable in a criminal court. But
that's my thought on it. It's like, since it's past the statutes of limitations, I guess, because wasn't that something that happened like a while ago? It was like in '96 or something when I was born.
Yeah, like, that doesn't mean that it's not bad, and that just means that.
No, I'm not saying that it isn't bad. I'm just saying, like, in my personal opinion, why are you going to go like 10 years into the past and wait? Then while he's the president, like, why wait until he's the president to step forward?
So you understand that it is the case that for many victims, it takes decades to come out because of plenty of the social pressures that exist in society, people not believing them, that lead to them not coming out. They're stigmatized for coming out. Right. So it's very common in the context of SA cases for people to take decades specifically to come out, especially when we're talking about rich and powerful individuals.
Right. So I'm not arguing against any of that. I don't think that you're wrong on that. I'm from my perspective, I'm just saying that it just seemed too convenient, if you know what I mean. Like, it just seemed like a convenient thing for them to bring up and then just try to pin it on him while he's the president. It's like
he was convicted.
Okay, sure. So civilly liably. Like, and it's like, I just don't, like I said, it just seems off kilter to me that he's being held civilly liable for something that he should be criminally charged for.
I've already told you, I think he should be criminally charged for it, but it is the case that, like, we literally couldn't do that because of statute of limitations. And also then you brought up specifically the amount of time it's been insofar since the victim specifically was assaulted, that they came out after. And I told you specifically it's because of the fact that there's stigmatization in society that prevents victims from coming out. And you understand that, like, a victim specifically seeing their abuser get into a position of power could totally be a reason as to why they come out. But that specifically was only part of it for E. Jean Carroll. The other part of it was the fact that her family would have to hear the stories and would have to go through dealing with all the people specifically who wouldn't believe them, and things like that. So that's what she specifically has indicated.
Gotcha. So I'm trying to take it all in what you're saying, because so I'm not arguing against what you're saying, right? I agree with you that it's difficult to come forward when it comes in cases of abuse. I understand that. That's difficult. That's not something that's easy. You can't just, like, especially when it comes to somebody that's as powerful as Donald Trump. Yes. But in my opinion, it just doesn't it just felt weird, you know? Like, it just didn't seem right. Like, and I'm not saying that they didn't go through what they did.
Felt weird?
From what I was experiencing and from what I saw, it just seemed like it was in March step with the weaponization, and they were trying to impeach him like the entire time.
No, what didn't seem right was Donald Trump lying. He literally lied and got proven to have been a liar. And again, no matter what it is the case, no matter what he does, you guys are just going to be like, oh, it's just weaponization of the political system against him. So there's nothing that could be applicable to him under your view. Literally nothing.
Right. Well, it like the Epstein files would. If they could come forward and step forward with that and actually show, like, they're not releasing those. That's one thing that I can say.
Why aren't they releasing them? He claimed that they're a hoax.
Well, yeah, and I agree. Like, that's outlandish. Like, we all know that's not true. We all know that, and like, we all need to have them be released. Like, I'm right alongside of you, Parker.
So he doesn't want your support.
I want them to be released.
He said that anyone who wants them to be released, he doesn't want their support anymore.
Well, then he doesn't have my support then, because I want them to be released.
Well, I totally agree with you that he shouldn't have your support. So would you say that you wouldn't go back in, if you could go back in time, you wouldn't vote for him? Given your knowledge?
Well, if I could go back in time, I wouldn't vote for Kamala. I wouldn't vote for either of them.
Okay. All right. Well, at least we got you to that point. I appreciate you coming up.
Thanks, man.
We'll take that as a win. That is a win, chat. That's a win. I hope that you keeps watching the lives and sees, my position on the matter. Oh, Skip got his account back. You still lying?
Nah, you are, buddy.
I mean, you literally were saying in the comment section that I kicked you and that it wasn't TikTok when you know damn well that it was TikTok. You know that it was TikTok too, and you were still lying.
Nah, it was you. It was literally you. It literally said you've been kicked by host.
Oh, come on. No,
so why are you lying about that?
It did not say that. It did not say that. So then why'd I add you back up?
Right. So you can talk to me again, get proven wrong yet again, and get called out on your lies yet again.
Why would I want to be proven wrong? Can you explain that one to me?
So that all your little supporters can donate via Venmo, and thank you, Susie,
so
for
you think
$7
you think when I lose, that's why people donate to me? They donate to me because I lose?
They feel bad for you. But before I got kicked, you said that...
Is this your best attempt at rage bait?
Nah. I have way more stocked up, buddy.
Okay, so you agree that it was rage bait?
No, it's truth. But let's get back to the conversation that we're having. Do you think that I'm paid by the DNC? You are. It's been proven.
Oh, what proof was that?
Court documents.
Where?
All over the place, buddy. I don't gotta prove my point to you.
Did you say court documents? What court documents are you talking about?
What I'm trying to tell you is, you said that Kamala, or whatever the hell her name is, and Joe Biden didn't have an open border. That's what you were saying.
Wait, hold up. Can you go back? You said that I was proven to have been paid by the DNC by court documents. So now you believe court documents.
No, now you don't want to talk. Look at I'm gonna get kicked within seconds.
No, you'll get muted. Now you believe court documents, by the way. But it is the case that there's literally no court documents that indicate this. Tell me, what court documents indicate that I get paid by the DNC? Because I want to know where this money's gone so I can get it. Where can I claim my money? Samantha, thank you so much for the $20 for the money, because you feel really, really bad for me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So keep grifting, Parker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jennifer. Anne, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much, Anne. Nina, thank you so much for the $5 for Parker's legal fees related to court documents. Yeah, bro, like seriously. What court documents? Tell me. You got to, I forgot. I have to send him an invite to unmute. I apologize. Hey man, you got to unmute.
Pallet management.
Management? I don't work with any management company.
No, pallet management.
Never worked with pallet management. Paid by them. Never been signed with them.
You have been. It's been proven.
Really?
Yeah.
So you say it's been proven that I've specifically in this claim only signed with Pallet.
I don't know if you're signed by them. I don't know if they pay you to push an agenda. I don't know what the deal is, but you've been paid by Pallet Management.
Pallet Management is a management company. Wouldn't I, if I were utilizing Pallet, be paying them?
Why would you pay them?
Why would a management company pay the person they're managing?
Liberal management.
What type of business structure is that? They're paying the people that they're managing? How the hell do they make any money?
You just hear what you just said? They're paying the people that they manage.
Yeah. How the hell would they make any money if they are paying the people that they manage? Wouldn't they make money by managing people? Like, think about like a person who's a manager for like artists for songwriters, right? For example, right, or artists for music. Think about if they were to have clients, if they had people that were using them as a manager, would they be paying their clients or would their clients be paying them?
You sound so dumb right now. It's insane.
I do? Dude.
Yeah. Think about sports.
This is rage bait. This is the rage bait.
No, it's not rage bait. It's honest truth. Something that you're not capable of.
Romy, thank you for the $50 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Romy. I really appreciate the DNC money. Thank you so much. Emma with the $5 from the DNC. Grim, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the DNC funds. But seriously though, think about it. If you have a manager, why would the manager be paying you and not you be paying the manager so they can provide you services?
You're proving your own point.
No, I'm not. Or yeah, I'm proving my point. I'm not proving your point.
No. In the sports world, if somebody is a manager of somebody, they get paid through the manager. The manager is the one that pays out the client. You're the client of Pallet Management, whatever
no, I'm
it's
not.
called. You are.
No, I'm not. I'm not signed with Pallet. I literally, dude, seriously,
until Kamala lost the election.
I did not sign with them at any point.
Yeah, you were.
No, I wasn't.
Don't lie, Parker. Don't lie.
Listen, I have never had a management company ever. I'm by myself.
That's a lie, Parker.
I have an employee. That's it. I have one editor, and that's it.
One editor?
Yes, literally.
Come on, Parker. Be honest with your people now.
I am. I'm 100% completely honest.
It's wrong that all these people follow you, all these people donate money to you, and you can't even be honest with them. Thank you for the $2.
Thank you so much. I am being 100% honest.
You aren't.
I am.
You were never signed to Pallet Management.
Never. I never had a management company. Nope.
This is the person that you guys support and send money to. Somebody that'll lie straight to your face.
Grateful. Thank you for the $7. Thank you so much for the DNC money.
See, look at.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dude, seriously, like if I was signed with them, I would just tell you. Like that doesn't mean that I'm paid by the DNC, but I'm not.
The thing is, you
literally
wouldn't,
not
though.
signed. I'm literally not signed with them.
You wouldn't tell us though, because you've been called out.
Well, he did just get flagged, so I did have to kick him. I would. Like I have no issue with being signed with management companies. I just haven't because I feel like it would be a lot extra to deal with, and I don't want to deal with brands or all the extra stuff that management companies would deal with. There's a lot of extra stuff that I don't want to deal with that, I wouldn't want to be engaged with. I don't know. I never have really felt the want to do that. Lee, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. From the DNC and Melody, thank you so much for the $5 for helping you to hire a management company. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Maybe I should have a management company, but like I literally just like haven't. It's like when people ask me about like what's it called, merch. I'm like I probably should have merch, but like I just like I've never done it because I just like I haven't felt like it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
So I align with one viewpoint that a lot of MAGA does. That I kind of wanted
in time, and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
I would have voted for Harris, but I was hoping you could educate me.
I appreciate you so very much. I appreciate you very much. If you want to ask me any questions, let The best places to ask me questions are like always in the comment section if I end up seeing it, or like especially on YouTube. I'm more likely to see on YouTube. I mean, I actually have pretty much the same amount of people on YouTube as I have on TikTok right now. So. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Fruit, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. This is your management company that you hired. Parker, here's your payment. Kayla, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. I just want to say hi, bro. I really like your videos. I just want to say.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. W's. Give me some W's for them. That's amazing. We love that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump. I just said I do.
Okay. All right. I was just making sure. Okay. Why so?
I was curious. How do you think Dean's going to placate his base now that they're split? Like some thinking that he's a poser for crying, and then the others that basically rip him in the ass for crying.
Why don't you go join Dean's live and ask him? Like Dean's literally live right now. Wait, hold up. Dean's literally live right now, and you're so obsessed with him that you had to come up on my live to try and talk to me.
No, so I've been requesting for like
your
weeks
name is
to ask him a simple question.
Dean is running from me.
That's right, and he won't let me up. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay, well, I don't care. So why do you support Donald Trump?
He's the best president we've ever had. He just cured autism.
What? What are you saying? You're trolling. You're trolling. Please tell me you're trolling. What?
You saw the report. He just cured autism.
How so? Tell me. What did he do?
He said for pregnant women to stop taking Tylenol.
One, there isn't a cure. That's not how autism works. That's not how autism works at all, right? Secondly, that's not a cure to it because there's no evidence indicating that Tylenol usage during pregnancy leads to or causes autism.
Then why do third world countries that can't get Tylenol? Why do they have no real actual examples of autism? How's that?
So just because certain places around the world might have lower rates of autism doesn't mean that it is the case that they truly do have lower rates of autism. That's just as recognized by the current systems that are outlined. So, and also, like, I'd love to hear what countries you're referencing.
Cuba.
So in Cuba, so it's just, could you provide me like any source that indicates that there's less, do you think there's no autistic people in Cuba?
I didn't say that. I said there was hardly any cases of it, yes.
By the way, I don't know what you mean by cases. That's crazy for you to say. So autistic people, right? If we're talking about people who are autistic, it is the case that obviously they're
what's the issue with saying the case of
world? They exist all around the world.
What's the issue of saying the case of it?
And there's something called correlation doesn't equal causation. So just because two
I didn't say that. Can you answer my question?
That does not mean that one caused the other.
Can you answer my question? I said, what's the issue with saying there's a case of it? Isn't it a condition?
Specifically, if we're referencing people who are autistic, right? I think it's best to specifically say autistic people.
Why?
Right? Or people who are autistic. Because I don't like referring to it as like a disease or anything.
Yeah, why?
What?
That was a difference without a distinction. Why?
I don't think that people who who are autistic have a disease. That's not my perspective. And I don't want to refer to it that way because I do think that that's often dehumanizing. I think that it's better to refer to people as autistic people.
So I have Crohn's disease, and I don't go around saying I'm a Crohn's person. I have a case of Crohn's disease.
Okay. The fact that you're comparing that to autism, I think is crazy. I'm just going to go on to the next person because I think this is fucked up. That's probably why Dean doesn't engage in a conversation with you because you're a fucking weirdo. Like, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, sorry, my daughter just woke up. Can I join back the queue?
Oh yeah, don't worry. What's it called? I literally, the last guest just got flagged for misinformation. Surprising, right, chat? Surprising. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, definitely hit that like button. I think we're at like 2,000 likes right now. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I would really, really, really appreciate it, everyone. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Oh, it looks like Santana's in the guest box. Yo, what's up?
How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Got a little time?
Yes, I've got a little bit of time left on the stream. I'll be on for at least another 20 plus minutes.
Okay, awesome. I was trying to request up when the guy was spreading the misinformation about autism. Just a couple quick notes. He's absolutely wrong. Cuba is about middle of the road when it comes to reporting with autism in the world. Number one in the world is Israel, with about 1 in every 39 children being affected by autism. The lowest rates, France actually has about 69.3 cases per 10,000. So there's that. And then also the reason why you wouldn't say, a quote unquote case, even though I just said cases, I was reading it off. The point being is it's dehumanizing to actually say that someone's defined by their autism, because they're not. I mean, they're people with autism, but they're not defined by autism. So they're not a case of autism, in my opinion. They are people with autism, just like, any other person that has, either any type of marginalization or whatever the case may be. They're still active, productive people who contribute to society in every single way. So,
absolutely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him 3 times.
Triple Trump. That's wild.
For sure. So, and what's your birth year?
My birth year is 1995.
For sure. So why do you support Trump?
Well, I'm an electrician, and I've noticed my supplies costs went up during COVID twice. I was hoping that it would lower my costs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so lower your cost of what, sorry?
My supplies, my wire, my 1412. Basically every single time that Trump was in the office, my wire was less. So I was like, oh, this is pretty good news.
Well, it would probably be more expensive now due to tariffs?
I don't know if tariffs have hit my business yet, but I don't think a lot of us electricians really got hit that hard yet. I mean, some of us
definitely does affect electricians for sure. In terms of access to what's it called? Orders. If it is the case that the electrical equipment costs more to manufacture, you're going to get less orders from people like who are buying, or paying for your labor, because it is the case that there's going to be less installations.
I mean, I think every year we kind of like increase their prices about like maybe $5 an hour, but that's basically kind of why I voted for him.
I do also just want to mention that you are paying more in terms of your consumer aspect of your life as well. Everyone's a consumer, right? You consume some aspect of goods in our society, therefore you're going to pay more. And you have been paying more because of that.
That's crazy. My voice cracked. I'm a youngin'. That's crazy. Yeah, well, that's about it, man. That's all I voted for.
So again, that doesn't seem like you have a really good basis for that. Do you have any policies of Trump's you like? Oh, and Santana, absolutely. I'd go for it as well.
Really quick before he tries to move to policies, which how that's gonna go. Hey, do you know why the price of materials went up during COVID?
Less shipping.
Correct. Supply chain issues. The supply chain issues weren't directly correlated to Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, nor was it actually directly correlated to Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump has some major impacts on it as far as his negativity with the way that he handled COVID, but indirectly, when the supply chains were disrupted, it made the actual product more scarce, which in turn increased your prices. And so Donald Trump didn't do anything for that. So that's a misnomer. That's not even correlation causation fallacy. That's just wrong. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're smarter than me, man. I didn't graduate high school. I left high school in 2012. So
it's all good. I'm just saying you have to understand like what you're doing, like, and that's why Parker was going to like policy next, because the basis of your support seems very transactional, and it's not even a good transaction. Like you're getting screwed if that's your thought process. So back to Parker's point, like, do you know any policies of Donald Trump that you support?
Policies. I don't think I can name a single thing besides the bullshit he says every day that I think is funny.
So like obviously like it seems like your support for Trump isn't very much, right? And it is the case that you don't really know any of the policies you'd support from him. And to be honest with you, Democrats are the ones actually advocating to help you out more, right? Trump is only going to hurt you. And he's going to lie to you, and he's going to tell you he's not hurting you, but he is.
Also, someone in the chat had a good question for you. Are you a part of a union?
No, family business since 1986.
Okay.
So it was my dad's business, and before him, I think it was my grandpa's business that my dad bought.
Did you know under Donald Trump, his first term, more small-owned businesses closed and were bought out by larger business, including the farm industry was impacted really, really extremely, where a lot of the legacy farms had to sell off to those big farmers. Donald Trump has a history of small businesses being harmed under his administration, where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually increased small business growth under their administration, and specifically for Black people increase entrepreneurship and small business ownership at the largest clip than any other time in history. So literally Donald Trump is bad for your business, small business, and Kamala Harris would have been way better.
All right, so next time around, who should I vote for?
Democrats. Like whatever Democratic candidate is going to be better than the one that they can put up with Republicans. I can almost 100% guarantee it, to be totally honest with you. If we look at the candidates, practically any Democrat you could point to is going to be better than what it's likely to be with J.D. Vance.
And I'll add that while I typically agree with Parker, and on its face I do as well, but I would challenge you to actually do your research. Like, actually engage and figure it out before you just cast your vote, because it's harmful for anyone just to cast a vote without verifying and trying to research and at least get some basic information. You have people who what do you know about Donald Trump?
He was gonna make the restaurant on Jones Beach in Long Island, and everybody got mad at him for it.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, like, more so in the sense of like, okay, he was gonna make a restaurant. Do you know anything about him raping a woman?
Oh yeah, no, that's just fucking awful, man. Like, straight up, that's terrible shit. Like,
but did you know about it?
That's horrible. As soon as I knew that I only found out about that watching Parker a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah. And so it's things like that I'm saying, like, you want to be aware of, because you want to know your candidate, not only understand their policies and what they're advocating for and how they're going to do it, but I mean, it's a good thing to know a little bit about their character as well. I'm not saying that anyone should be perfect, but when you have 34 felonies, you've been, adjudicated for rape, you have 26 other credible claims of SA, when you are someone who has been on record as being a open racist, sexist, classist, and now wants to be a fascist, who's talked about abolishing the Constitution and, has done like all these wild things. And you just want to be aware of those.
Yeah, man, I'm really not in on this shit. Like, kind of like family rules. Like, everybody trying to just vote like the same way. My family like that. Like, so
you said you're how old?
I'm 30.
you're 30, you're still pretty much a young man, at least in my opinion. I'm 38. I would say, like, I hate to say it like this, but the older we get a little bit more entrenched and stuck in like our beliefs and who we are, and we're unwilling to change. Where younger people are more adaptive, especially now, more adaptive and willing to grow. Just because the older people in your family have this idea stuck in their head and these types of values doesn't mean that you have to stick to it, especially when you talk about a Republican Party that is not your grandfather's Republican Party. They're completely different than, you know, the people that are older in your family, what they used to vote for. And so you can't even necessarily go by that. So I would just say, again, do your research. Parker's right. Typically, in my opinion, the Democratic candidate is the better option, but just like make an informed decision.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I say. I think it's most important. That's why I do what I do, is to get people to be informed. That's one of the most important elements. That's why I'm still doing these types of topics right now, is to incentivize people to critically think about the elections, because clearly we saw that didn't happen. And we need that to happen as our society, as our culture, in order for our democracy to be like strong, to be totally honest with you. Like it's necessary for our democracy, for us to have educated opinions and to be critically thinking and to be critically engaged with the political content that is going on to some degree. And obviously, I mean, I'm hyper involved, right? But I mean, I think that it's important to be. It's important to involve yourself, because otherwise, you know, people who are, you know, special interests and, you know, large corporations and, you know, those different types of what's it called, targeted interests for corporations are more likely to be put in place, because there's less of us and there's more of the money and the influence that already exists. So if more of us get involved, then the power dynamic changes.
I got you. All right, I'm gonna hang up because I don't have enough points. But
well, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah, you got it, man.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Mutant, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Mutant. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Mutant in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for my Tylenol brain told me to send you more Tylenol money. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Mutant in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Project, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. The Dope Nerd Coalition. That's so funny. Jewel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everybody. This will be the last conversation here today, everyone. This will be the last conversation here today. I need to... There's the text. For some reason, it keeps making it smaller, so... Like, I have so many different things I have to turn on and turn off because of the text.
I get it. I absolutely get it. Hey, did you see the doctors are coming out pushing back on the whole Tylenol thing with Trump? And like being loud and yeah.
I love that. I want doctors and like medical professionals to get involved and make videos like that. That's like, oh, I love that so much. You know, I've been pushing that for so long. I think it's amazing. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can I fuck your toe, Russell?
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. But yeah, I feel like that like has become significantly more prevalent since COVID, which I think is really important. Mm-hmm. I think it's so important because of just how much misinformation was spread. And people need to have reliable people they can look to, and who can explain things that like people are seeing on the internet.
What about the doctors that came out about some of the vaccines, and then they're ostracized for coming out against some of the vaccines for COVID-19? What about those doctors?
Do you support Donald Trump?
You know.
Yeah. What about Rand Paul, who went against Moderna?
Absolutely, is a Trump supporter. Doesn't have impulse control.
Okay, so let's have this conversation. So you said the vaccines. Why did they specifically lose their or get called out by the entire community essentially? Because they were wrong, and because the entirety of the community was holding them accountable for being wrong.
Yeah, okay, so some of the vaccines, I mean, they weren't wrong. The CDC was wrong. She said, you know, you get the vaccine, you get the COVID vaccine, you won't get COVID, and then
That's not what they said.
I seen it.
That's not what they
verbatim.
said.
That's what she said.
That's
the
not
head
what
of CDC.
You reduced
Pull up
you
the
didn't
tape.
you didn't even look at it. It reduces your likelihood of getting it, reduces your likelihood of how long you're going to have it, and how much how likely you were to pass to other people, and reduce the likelihood of hospitalization and death. So that's what the vaccines did. That's what we've always said that they were going to do. No one said that they're going to be 100% perfect, who is literally in the context of the medical field, right? At the very high end, top end. No one was claiming that. There were some people in the media that were claiming that just because of misunderstandings. That's it. Saying some people in the media said that based on misunderstandings is not reason to say that like the medical professionals were indicating this to be true.
Well, there were medical professionals coming out talking about myocarditis and like the high risk of youth taking the vaccines, and they're also ostracized in Australia for saying that.
They weren't ostracized. That type of conversation was opened and talked about, especially across the entire international community, especially in the context of young men. That's specifically who they were looking at for certain types of Pfizer shots and whatnot, comparative to other ones. So, I mean, that was true that there was a slightly increased risk comparative to other vaccines, but that increased risk was in relation to other vaccines and not in relation to COVID itself. COVID had a significantly higher likelihood of giving people myocarditis and more severe myocarditis.
Hey, Jimmy, where are you from?
What difference does it make?
Sure. Where are you from?
I'm from the upper Midwest.
What part?
Wisconsin.
Oh, you're from Wisconsin? Really? Okay. Yeah. Name 4 cities within Wisconsin.
Name 4 cities, Wisconsin: Kewaunee, Wakani, Oconto, and Shawano.
No. Are you Canadian?
No, dude, I'm from Wisconsin. I'm indigenous. All those were tribal names too, but cities also.
I mean, yeah, exactly. If you're Canadian, like you can just say it. If you came up here to have a conversation about, like, you can just be honest.
Dude, I'm not Canadian. Look up the cities I just gave. I can name more cities than you want. Wisconsin.
So you live in Wisconsin?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I
live on a reservation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, if you believe in that, fine. All right. So question for you. The actual information that was occurring during COVID with the vaccine, it was actually fluid, right? I mean, we understand that there were precautions that were taken as far as common practices like social distancing and masking. And we then later found that some of the actual procedures that were taken were less effective than others, while the vaccine still had an overall positive rate as far as what it was set to do, which was decrease the possibility of catching or transmitting COVID, not stopping it or eliminating you from being able to get it. When you look at the different doctors that came out, there was an overwhelming positive review towards the vaccine. Why should we actually follow through with the small amount of doctors that somehow have like fringe theories about what actually was going on or not going on, when overwhelmingly the data, even to this day, shows that the vaccine had a positive effect on everyone?
What data?
The actual transmittal rate versus the people who did not take the vaccine and how prevalent it was as far as transmission.
Can you go ahead and read those off?
Sure, I'll look it up.
There you go.
Yeah, so I think it's just important to acknowledge that, again, in terms of the vaccines, that we're going to rely on like science and the data, and especially when we're referencing Tylenol, for example, that's going to be really important to address. Do you agree with us that that Donald Trump was wrong about Tylenol?
With the autism?
Yeah.
I'm not sure because I haven't read any studies on it.
There's no studies that indicate that specifically Tylenol during the context of pregnancy, the usage leads to autism. Like that's caused by autism, or it causes autism.
Where was his findings from?
Whose findings?
You're referring to me?
Trump.
Oh.
Donald Trump. Like, what would make his...
I don't think he's cited anywhere. Did he ask RFK? I think he asked RFK. That's literally it.
Would you agree with me that RFK has done more for the environment than Kamala Harris?
No. I think the Inflation Reduction Act was the largest investment in renewable energy ever.
Yeah, but he was on the front line.
And I'm sorry. You could say that he specifically has done a lot for the environment, but he definitely went against that one by voting for or in supporting Donald Trump and being a part of his administration when he literally denies climate change and said that carbon emissions are fake, along with the idea that he's clearly anti-science.
He's had lawsuits that he's won in the name of science. So, I mean, you think
clearly doesn't uphold that today. Okay.
And just an FYI, really quick, if you want to look this up, you can. It's from the National Library of Medicine. And what they actually did was a study of index of 181 cases of 34 different contacts. 340 different contacts. They broke it down into different categories: men, women, age, all of the other different indicators from different countries. But the overarching information in general, again, you can look at specifics, and it does vary for specifics. But there was a reduction rate of 37.2% for those people that were vaccinated, as far as being able to transmit the actual COVID virus. So, yes, being vaccinated also not only helped, but it protected others. And that was the biggest key point, is being able to protect the people who, I'm sorry?
By 2.what%?
37.2%.
37.2%.
Yes. Anyway, you can finish the Tylenol conversation with Parker. I just wanted to make sure you had that and got the point. Again, you can go into further information as far as how that affected individuals, but those are the numbers.
Yeah, what evidence do you have that Tylenol causes autism?
I mean, that's not my position.
Okay. So what's your evidence that Tylenol has no negatives?
But I wouldn't.
Or I mean, there's no negatives to not taking Tylenol during pregnancy, because that's clearly not true. There's definitely a higher likelihood of there being negative impacts to maternal health, along with anyone who's pregnant specifically, and the health of the pregnancy, right? Because of the fact that there is untreated fever.
True, and I agree with you on that point. But like, I could make the argument, or I'm going to make the argument, that anything foreign outside just a mother and the baby physically to support that child, anything other than that goes into the body could produce some kind of a risk. Wouldn't you agree? To that baby?
So the Tylenol is not causing... I mean, obviously, everything is a risk-benefit analysis when we're talking about the context of science. But the idea is that Tylenol significantly reduces the amount of risks imposed.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, like, the fever is significantly more of a risk. Everything in life is risks.
Yep. The benefits outweigh the possibility of a risk. That's the point.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why doctors indicate that it's useful and effective.
Point made.
Right, and especially comparative to other sorts of things, because when he says that there's no negatives to not taking Tylenol, people are going to take other things instead.
Also, you don't think it's dangerous that, like, the president of the United States, who's not a doctor, not even a trained professional, hell, can't even say what it is out spreading information without, like, having concrete evidence, as far as he's literally perpetuating a myth, something that has been disproven over time, but for some reason he's doubling down on that. Like, that's dangerous. That's the same thing that happened during COVID, when Donald Trump hinted that you could actually somehow hit it with bleach, and it would actually take care of COVID, and people immediately ran to ingest bleach. And so we saw a spike in people having to call the poison hotline, and even people losing their life because they thought that they could ingest bleach to deal with COVID. Like, it's irresponsible.
It is really irresponsible.
I would say that is irresponsible.
It's disinfectant,
Okay.
and by the way, I'm pretty sure
And bleach.
because what's it called? He literally talked about injecting it. It was crazy. There's so many other things. I mean, we can talk about how there's just complete, absolute devoid from reality and from science, tendencies from the Trump administration, especially RFK. And I think that's important to talk about. But we have to establish, at least in this conversation before that, do you believe in science? Do you base your positions in science?
Well, I'm not calling anybody a science denier, but when you make the claim that someone's a science denier and then that same person supports that a man could be a woman, to me, that's a contradiction. You know what I mean?
No
It's
one's, no one's claiming that.
hypocritical.
We're claiming trans men are men
Hello?
and trans women are women. That's not a contradiction. That's not even relating to the context of denying biology. That's literally gender is socially determined. It's based upon people's commitments towards a set of social and cultural norms typically associated with the sexes as a prescription of identity. So it's like a basis of identity, similarly to how we have names, right? It's a commitment that we have to be in accordance with a certain set of personality or identity, right? That
Also,
our name
I mean,
is associated with.
Didn't you say you were indigenous?
Yes.
Are you denying the two-spirit people?
Yes, two-spirited was a phrase coined in the 90s.
Holy smokes. Okay, never mind. Just leave it. Just leave it. That's
May I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you tell me where it started from. Tell me where two-spirited started from.
It's not my conversation. It was just a question.
Well, you brought it up.
Yeah, it was just a question. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Melissa, what was your question?
Parker
Can you
speaking.
go into that?
I just simply, I apologize. I don't mean to be rude and interrupt anybody, but as far as science is concerned, I totally believe in it. As a cancer survivor, when my father unfortunately passed from cancer, there were 34 medications for cancer people that were sent out to the market for people to take, and out of the 34, only 2 of them worked somewhat. So as far as science goes, it's not, I mean, the studies are there and they're available to all of us. You go to Google Scholar and you can look up any medication that your doctor prescribes to you and you can read the research for yourself. And as far as COVID is concerned, there have been, and they are, and it's readily available. It's not like it's hidden information. It's readily available to all of us. You go to Google Scholar, and you can see all medical research reports throughout the entire world. So for the man that created the mRNA technology himself, did not get the shot. So as an American, Malone. Dr.
Robert
Malone.
Malone did not create mRNA technology.
Okay, so who is Dr. Malone?
Yeah, he's someone that I'm pretty sure it's in the 90s. It's been a while since COVID, so because I used to debate this all the time. He did one experiment or observational sort of study on the matter. That's it.
That is not true. It was a group of doctors. Dr. Malone was part of those group of doctors. And
Wait,
typically,
I'm sorry. What did they
apologize.
do? Because he did not create the mRNA technology. That's what people are associating with his creation of mRNA technology. I'm not saying that's
There
the
were a
only work
group
he's done
of
in mRNA.
doctors. There was a group of doctors, Parker, and in that group of doctors that worked with the mRNA technology, you can look it up, was also a French doctor. I forget his name, and I don't speak French, so I probably butcher his name.
Worked with it. So he
was a part of a group of doctors, correct? So
Yeah,
if
he
you
worked
look
with
it
it.
up,
That doesn't
you'll
mean
see
that
it. And he,
created it.
the group of doctors did create it, Parker.
Also, based off of the information,
You can look
from
it up.
Penn
It's
Medicine-
readily
also based
available
off-
in Google
wait,
Scholar.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, based off of the actual information that's listed as far as from Penn Medicine and even the
I don't use
Nobel,
Penn Medicine.
and even the Nobel Peace Prize that was received for it in 2023. The technology is accredited to Kathleen, I think the last name is pronounced Krokiko, and Drew Weisselman. So those are the people that are accredited with inventing the actual mRNA technology. So
just to clarify, Santana, in the medical field, when you are creating something, there's lead doctors, right? And you have a group of researchers that are working with you. So it takes a group, a handful of doctors. The lead doctors are the one that take the credit, but they have a group of doctors that work with them, Santana. That's how it works in all medical research.
I'm just
you
telling
don't do
you
it by
based off
yourself.
of the
I agree
Nobel
with
Peace
you.
Prize
Those are the
by the
doctors
World
that-
Health Organization, by leading institutions including Boston
That is
University,
correct, Santana.
Pennsylvania
Whenever you create
Pediatric
something, you
Institute,
have a
everyone,
group of physicians,
Sure,
scientists.
but everyone is accrediting the invention of the technology to someone completely different than what you said.
And I am stating to you, to verify it, to be explicit, that the people, when you are creating something, there is a group of scientists. You don't sit in a lab by yourself.
Here's what they created. Here's what they did. So Malone contributed to an important early research. A pair of papers he co-authored with 2 other researchers in 1989 and 6 other researchers in 1990 showed that mRNA could be delivered into cells using lipids. And in that doing so could trigger the production of new proteins. That's it.
Okay. So that was his contribution.
Okay, that doesn't mean that he created mRNA technology. Like, I don't know what you're meaning. Like,
He contributed to it.
Yes, Parker
no one
admitted that he
disputed that.
contributed.
No one
Okay, so
disputed
that's it.
No,
That's
you
the
said
whole
that
point.
he invented it. You said that he invented it.
separate claim.
He was part of the group that it was part of it when it came out. He was
You
part of the
literally
group
said
of
that he's.
doctors.
You said he was credited for inventing it.
I
That's why I
apologize
looked
for
it up.
misspeaking.
Okay.
I've clarified it, I believe.
Okay, so I mean, and Robert Malone specifically has been discredited by the entire academic community.
No,
Right.
he's only been discredited by the United States during COVID, not the
No,
entire
he's been
community.
discredited
That's
by
why
the
he was
international
interviewed
community.
in France. No, he was not. That's why he was interviewed in France, and then the video of his interview was banned all over United States platforms, Facebook, TikTok, everything. During COVID, he was banned. He went to France and he was interviewed.
Okay, so does that mean that like people in France believe him? Do
You
think-
stated that he
Well, I'm
was
sorry.
discredited, and I'm clarifying it was only the U.S.
Do you think people in Europe were believing him to a greater extent?
Do you?
No.
Okay, that's your opinion. Have you been to Europe?
Have you seen any data indicating
have.
that?
Have you been to Europe, Parker?
No.
have.
But I
That's
know
the
people that
question.
have been to Europe.
Okay, so
And I
I'm
can
a
also
child
look
of
at polls,
immigrant,
you know that,
and I
right?
go to Europe. Yeah, so can I, but I lived it. So I've been there, and I am from there. So my parents are immigrants. So I disagree with you respectfully.
Yeah, I'm also finding multiple sources saying that while it is this has this complex and highly controversial, primarily his research, earlier research is accepted, but he's publicly now well known for promoting misinformation and disinformation. Literally, this is his current standing across the globe.
What's your
Like
source,
there's multiple.
Santana?
So yeah, you can take a look at the actual New York Times article that covers the
Okay.
information, and you can it says
What
Robert
year?
Malone spreads 2022. Robert Malone spreads falsehoods about vaccines. You can take a look at the Washington Post about how Robert Malone was spreading misinformation. There's also let's see here because there was
I believe
another
that
one
was during
specifically.
COVID, right, Santana?
No, it was after. This is 2022, 2023.
Oh, so we were on lockdown in 2020, right? And
Yes.
lockdown ended in 21?
2020.
No, it started in 2020.
It ended in the 2020. And the reason why I know that is because I met my wife in February of 2020, and I didn't get to see her again until October of 2020.
Is that when lockdown was
lifted.
over?
Yes, at the end of 2020. I'm literally telling you, I did not get a chance to see her again until lockdown
No, I'm
was
asking
over, which
because I
was the
don't
end of
remember.
2020.
Yeah,
and these articles are cited from 2022 and 2023. There's a great NPR article about fighting the misinformation with the science journalism, and it specifically talks about not only Robert Malone, but it talked about Joe Rogan. So, like, yeah, he's in the same category as Joe Rogan.
So that's the United States. When we take it as a whole for the entire world, you would see differently because the most published doctor of the United States was in front of the WHO, the World Health Organization, and he literally came to tears. And that's also public information for everybody here. So when the World Health Organization got together, our most published doctor of the United States, when it was his turn to speak, he literally had to hold back his tears, clenched his fist, and he stated, and I repeat, I had to stand by idly. Now, Santana, since you're so well informed, can you please tell
WHO
me-
has
Can you
has
please tell me
disavowed- the
how
WHO
India brought down their numbers?
Sure. It's right here. The WHO has widely disavowed Robert Malone due to
I'm not
promoting-
referring to Robert Malone. I said the most published doctor of the United States of America. And I asked
okay.
you, how did India bring down their numbers?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
That'd be
I'm
a
just
correlation
like-
causation fallacy if you're going to associate with ivermectin. Please don't.
I'm sorry?
Are you associating it with ivermectin?
No, I simply asked the question, how did India bring down their numbers? Their population is greatly larger than ours.
Well, typically when I hear people who are anti-vax claim this argument, they claim because of ivermectin.
I'm not anti-vax. When you say anti-vax, you're putting me into a group. I am vaccinated. I have received
Anti-COVID
several
vax?
vaccines. Well, there's a difference. Yes, I am against the COVID vax because a
Yeah,
lot of children died.
Wait, what children? Where?
Where? You can look it up. It's
Were there
public
any-
information.
Was there any public information that children died due to the vaccines in the
Yes,
US?
go to Google Scholar, and it has all medical research reports throughout the entire world, and put in COVID deaths.
Wait, I said
and
the
put
US.
children in.
I don't
Okay,
think there
so
was
put
any-
US.
I don't think there was any vaccine
Are people in other
deaths in terms
countries
of
less
children
than
in the
human?
US.
Are children
There was
in other
none.
countries less than?
No, I wouldn't say that they were. I'm just saying like as a prescription. And also you understand that the likelihood of death, particularly relating to the context of vaccines, is so unbelievably
Are
low.
we- wait,
right?
let's
that
not-
that we have to make a comparison towards
There's
that.
a difference between the COVID
Please.
vaccine and other vaccines.
Please, that and the rest of what would happen in terms of what would happen if they did not get vaccinated in the very first place. The reality is that vaccines save lives. The COVID vaccine saved millions of lives. If you're saying that people shouldn't have been vaccinated as much in terms of the COVID vaccine, well, then millions more people would have died.
Well, firstly, let's clarify. I never said that I'm against vaccines. I am vaccinated. I have taken several vaccines. So when you put me in a category of anti-vaccination, that is inaccurate. We're specifically talking about one vaccine that was hurried up in order to create. Correct?
Wait, we have so much evidence that this vaccine is effective, especially at this point. It's 5+ years out. We still have very good evidence that it's effective. There's 30+ pages in a bibliography in my bio, the sources page, that literally shows 30+ pages of systematic reviews and peer-reviewed studies that indicate literally the effectiveness of the COVID vaccine. This, like you've said, in terms of mRNA, has been studied for decades prior.
Yep.
Right? Like you were
Then
already
why
mentioning.
is Congress
And
discussing
wait, just to
about
add
bringing
on, the-
pharmaceutical companies to be sued just like a manufacturer of a car, for example, to be held
Because
responsible?
Congress is political. Congress is political.
What does
Depending
politics
on-
have to do with logic?
Exactly. Congress is political. Depending on who has control of Congress, they determine what is or what is not important enough to actually bring to the congressional floor in order to grill or even take any further actions. That's not the actual key indicator. To Parker's point, the actual spike protein and the SARS, like we have a long history, even the vaccination that was used to create that, there's a long history of working through that. So it's not like this was quote unquote rushed. It was based off of previous research and information. So that's just wrong.
Well, actually, it was rushed because in order to create a vaccine, it
Trump's
takes a
admin.
length.
Because
No,
of Trump's policies.
if you do your research, when you create a vaccine, it takes a long process. Like, for example, when you take Sweden's research in reference to Tylenol that you've been sitting up here and giving people misinformation, the study started in 1995. So how many years is that, Parker? So when you do scientific research, you don't do it in a day. It's a very lengthy
Not
process.
all scientific research takes that same period of time. What are you talking about?
Only in America. Do you know in
It
Japan?
wasn't only in America.
and there's
You're
a
acting like
leader
you're
in
acting like the
health?
United States was the only country that got vaccinated.
Do you know in Japan they're the leaders in health and wellness?
What
And
percent of Japan was vaccinated with the COVID vaccine?
They are the leaders of health and wellness.
What percent of Japan
Do you know
was
in Japan,
vaccinated with the
if you
COVID
wanna
vaccine?
I don't know the number. Do you?
I'll look it up.
Okay.
Also,
in
that's
in
the
Japan, when you
actual
want to
citing that
pass
you
a
just tried to pull.
medication, you will
Yeah.
actually have to wait over a decade to pass through hoops. In America, if you know the right people, you can pass out a drug within 1 to 2 years. Why is there a difference? You're dealing with people's lives.
Oh, look
Why
at this.
make it so fast?
80.6%.
Okay. But they're still leaders of health and wellness. You can look it up. Look up the World Health. Out of all the countries in the world, America is below Cuba.
Sure. Also, I just want to call out real
We
quick.
don't have access to healthcare because it is the case that we have horrible regulations. It is the case that we don't incentivize health policy. Sorry, I just wanted to say all those things because that's literally all things that Republicans.
That's why we're below Cuba?
Yeah, no worries. I just want to call out the fact that you tried to actually use a red herring, like the actual study that you threw out about Sweden and Tylenol. Literally, this was a study that was created to be a long-term study. So that's why it was started in 1995. And they wanted over 20 plus years to actually see the effect from children until adulthood. So literally, this was intentional. This wasn't something that was done and it's just taking that long. They literally created the study to be that long. You used this as a got you, and you were completely false. Yeah.
Oh. I do have to get off right after this as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man. I'm driving. You can drop me.
All right, for sure. I do have a few people.
I really thank you for having me up here, Parker.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You as well.
Not the double skedaddle. I guess I'll call it as well. I appreciate you having me up, bro.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you. Tanya, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Tanya in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. W's for Tanya in the comment section. Laura with the $75. Thank you so much, Laura. Can we get some W's for Laura in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For as a mother of a child with autism, it's painful for me to hear RFK Jr.'s talk about my creative and talented child like he's something to be cured from society. Literally, though. W's for Laura in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Laura. Thank you. That's incredibly kind of you. Brandy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you as well. I really appreciate it. Emma with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Emma. As well as let me catch up on YouTube, and then we're going to get off for today. Thank you, everyone, for coming through today. I really appreciate everyone coming through to the stream. Tomorrow, I should be live probably a bit later in the day. So I will see everyone then, probably like once Dean gets off or around the time Dean's going to get off tomorrow. That's when I should be live. I appreciate everyone coming through today. Thank you, everyone, so much. Stace, thank you so much for the $5. Kyle with the $5. Liz, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Debbie, thank you so much for the $2. Carolina, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Project Mayhem, thank you for the $5 again. Thank you. I'm fully caught up. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a fantastic night. Go over to Dean's Live. Spam Parker Raid. Spam Love and Parker, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone. I love y'all so much. I'm going to post my YouTube videos right now as well. I love y'all.
Don't let me end, please, okay? And W for every single person who's here. I really appreciate all of you. I'm sorry today I was busy. I couldn't be engaging so much. Inshallah, tomorrow, guys, I will be with you doing our daily lives. W Blossom, all my mods, W all of you, everybody, every single person who tapped the screen, who shared, who did all the job, wallah, and MVP Diana for running this live, guys.
always W I mean L أحمد لخمتيني بلاسم رجاء وين وائل؟
احنا في انتظار وائل يفتح ان شاء الله، يعني من المفترض يكون فاتح الان، ما بعرف قال شوية وحفتح، حنكون متواجدين معاه، بالذات انه الليلة صعبة، كان اخرها في استهداف في مخيم الشاطئ، مجزرة جديدة يرتكبها جيش الاحتلال في مخيم الشاطئ باستهداف إحدى المنازل المتواجدة في المخيم، وقبلها كان في المنطقة الوسطى في النصيرات. هذا طبعا حال قطاع لحتى الآن صوت الانفجارات، لو تسمعون في الخلفية صوت انفجارات متواصلة ونسف مربعات سكنية بالكامل، سواء وسط مدينة خان يونس وفي المنطقة الوسطى أيضا.
I asked him about Wa'il because usually, Wa'il will be open around 4, but he's saying that it was just a really hard night across the board. Like Wa'il ended up having to leave the north, if you didn't know, and he was on the outskirts of central Gaza, and it's bad there. He still hasn't found a place to like stay or whatever. But then he's saying like hopefully soon he'll jump on and you guys can find him there. But thank you for everybody that joined. Big ups for George. Big ups. I hope you feel okay today. I hope everybody's خلص. Go to Gaza Live. رجا وعلاء أحمد بده يسكر عشان إنه فاتح من الصبح. وهو عشانه مشغول هسه، بس إن شاء الله بشوفكم في عند وائل.
الله يعطيه العافية، رب يعطيه العافية ويعطيكم العافية جميعا. شكرا ديانا. ديانا شو أخبار عزيز؟ بس نتصل على عزيز لأنه ما بيرد.
عزيز حكيت معه قبل شوي قبل كم ساعة.
الله يسعدك يا رب.
الحمد لله الحمد لله تمام. يعطيكم العافية جميعا.
بارك الله فيكم على حملتكم.
آمين. الله يحميكم. الله يصلح
سعادتني كثير إني أجيبكم بس
علا. كيفك يا علا؟
اللي جاي على الطريق وجبت لهم يعني شوية أغراض وأكل ولبس.
الله يعافيك. الله يعافيك.
وبتمنى يعني تضلوا مستمرين بهيك حملات ومستمرين تساعدوا الناس فيها. بارك الله فيك يا أختي شميل على الحملة الرائعة.
Okay, guys, along with that brand new super bundle, which I am so